Morning. 1 second. All right. This might be a little bit of a scuffed stream, just a smidge, because I'm gonna have to be working on some stuff on the fly, but hopefully we will get everything working. Now, if you haven't been here before for one of my set reviews, we do this every single time I would say every single time there's a new set, but there's been so much Universes Beyond crap recently that I just have no interest in. So we avoided some of those. So we didn't do... I don't think we did Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We probably won't do... God, what are the upcoming ones? They've got another Marvel one. They've got a Star Trek one. We probably... Unless there's like some absolute bangers and it looks like a really good fucking set. Or there hasn't been a set for like 2 weeks or whatever. I might like the current they release a new Magic set every like month, and it's too much for me to keep up with at the moment. So, but the Secrets of StrixHaven is an actual Magic set, so these ones we're definitely gonna do. But yeah, so if you haven't been here before, I looked through the cards. I am not a particularly good Magic player, but I do love me some limited, some draft, and some pre-release stuffs. Some sealed. So we generally just look at it from if we opened a pack in a draft and it was the first and it was one of the cards in there, or if we opened it in sealed, how happy would we be? That's pretty much how we do this, and we go through every card in the set, we meme a little, we talk about how much we like the cards, how much we don't, how much we like the set, how much we don't, that sort of stuff. Just a generic, my thoughts on the cards and the set as a whole. So, with that being said, it also usually takes about 6 hours, so you're going to have to listen to me yap for a fucking long ass time, and I do apologize for that. But with that off the table, with that over and done with, first card, the Dawning Archaic. A 10 mana 7/7, costs 1 less to cast each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard, which in a limited format isn't going to be very many. Usually you have like 4 or 5 pieces of removal, maybe, if you're lucky. It's a 7/7 with reach, and whenever it attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell will be put into a graveyard, it gets exiled. I mean, this is still okay. This is still pretty good, right? Like, yes, you're probably playing, at best, 6 or 7 for this. Like, if you have a chunk of removal. Because, like, you're going to have a 40-card deck. 16, 17 is going to be lands. You want 13, like 11 to 15 creatures in there, which gives you like 8 slots, 9 slots. Like, yes, if you get all 8 of your instants and source, if all 8 of those slots, you don't have any artifacts, you don't have any enchantments, just all instants and sorceries, then he costs 2, right? Which is good. And he can recast them all. It's the recasting that we care about, right? If this guy comes down and lets you recast your pieces of removal that are in your graveyard, you're just winning that game, right? Because it gives you your removal and then a second round of your removal. So, again, this guy's in limited, usually depending on how aggressive the format is, but usually the board will stall. Usually, there'll be some turns where nothing happens, and usually, you will get to your big thing. This is a big thing. I mean, as long as you're casting it for like 6 mana, I'd say it's fine. 6 mana, 7/7 with reach. Sure, like that's probably going to lock the board up. And then when you attack with it, you get a free piece of removal out of your bin. Yeah, yeah, I think this is a good card. Like the 10 mana was a bit. So the first bit, the 10 mana, and it costs 1 less for each instant sorcery card in your graveyard, is a bit underwhelming and limited because like probably not going to have that many. But even if he just recasts like 1 or 2 pieces of removal, he's fucking so good, right? So this is probably a card. I mean, it's colorless. You can probably just run it in anything, right? Unless you are literally running no instants or sorceries, which I would not suggest. So, I think this is good. Next one, Rancorous Archaic is a 5 mana 2/2 with trample and reach, and he enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. Converge? What was... This was Sunburst, wasn't it? Maybe there's one after Sunburst. But this used to be Sunburst. Creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. Yeah, this was Sunburst. And other mechanics, I'm sure. There have probably been plenty of creatures that do the same thing. But my first thought when I read that was, this is Sunburst. So, if you were running a 5-color deck, this is a 5 mana 7/7 with trample and reach. In limited, you're running 2 to 3. So this is a 5 mana 5/5 with trample and reach. Is that good? It's okay. It's kind of fine. Like, I'm not excited about this card, but if you really don't have anything else in your deck that's just like equal stats to how much you're paying for it, this is probably that, right? I mean, I guess if you're only 2 colors, this is at most a 4/4, which then feels like ass. But if you have 3 colors and you get 3 colors and you play this on 4/5 with 3 colors, it's just a 5 mana 5/5 with trample and reach. That's fine, right? Not exciting. It's not game breaking, but in limited, fine, totally fine. So yeah, this is just okay. Thundering Archaic. Okay, so we've got like 3 different Archaics. Maybe more, I guess. They're all avatars. Okay. A 6 mana 3/3 with the Sunburst ability again. When this creature enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent on this creature. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. I mean, again, this isn't good. This is a 6 mana 3/3, but it's a 6 mana 3/3 that exiles something. Non-land permanent as well, so you can get rid of, like, if you're in 3 colors, this hits anything that's 3 or less. Not terrible. Not good. But it's also not awful, right? I don't hate it. I'm just kind of underwhelmed. The put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library, the 2 thing is never going to be relevant in limited. Like, well, yeah, I won't say never going to be relevant in limited, but shouldn't be relevant in limited. You shouldn't be trying to mill your opponent out by putting cards from your graveyard back on your library. Or I guess you can, if they're trying to reanimate stuff, you can yoink it back to the bottom of their library so they can, I guess. But I don't know how much reanimation there is in the set. I can't really evaluate this on an interrupt on reanimation because I don't know how much. I mean, usually the Boros colors. God, what the fuck are they called? There's why can I not remember any of the schools now? The red white one, the Boros colors, whatever. They like to. Silver Quill is black white. I honestly can't remember. We'll have to look through. But yeah, the white-red people like to reanimate stuff, so maybe this works against them. I think this is the least... Like, this can be game winning. This is just fine stats. This is really underwhelming stats, but it is removal. So, like, there's that. So maybe this is good because it is removal, but it's like, we'll have to see what removal is in the set. This is like sorcery speed because it's a creature. And it depends on how many colors you can put into it. So it's kind of, I don't know, a bit But who knows? Maybe it's actually crazy. I don't think so. I think it's just not very good. Together as one. A 6-mana sorcery, converge. Target player draws X cards. Together as one deals X damage to any target, and you gain X life, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. So at best, this is 6 mana. Draw. So most likely in limited, this is 6 mana. Draw 3 cards. Deal 3 damage to any target. Gain 3 life. Okay. I don't hate it. I think if you're running two colors, you don't play this. I think if you're running 3 or more, you can consider it, right? Like, because all the schools are 2 mana, so you'd have to be splashing a 3rd mana for this. You'd have to be splashing out of your school for something, which is doable, but like, I don't know. But yeah, you'd want to be at least 3 colors for this, right? Like, at least. And in limited, you tend to not want to go above 3 because you become so inconsistent. So yeah, sure. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's kind of just whatever. Transcendent Archaic is a 7 mana 6/6. Not bad. With Vigilance, not good, but it's not bad. When this creature enters, draw X cards, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast it. If you draw 1 or more cards this way, discard 2. So again, you kind of want 3 mana at a minimum, because then it's draw 3 different colors of mana at minimum, because then it's draw 3, discard 2. Right? I suppose draw 2, discard 2 is fine, like looting. But I think you want 3 colors of mana to make this really viable. So, again, I'm going to say with all of these Archaics, you kind of need to be 3 colors, a 3-color deck. Anything below that, you probably don't care about any of them apart from the first one. Ajani's Response. Hey! Ajani's back. Love it. 5 mana, costs 3 less if it targets a tapped creature, destroy target creature. Yep, this is very regular white removal. It's removal. It's not the most exciting. You can't use it on... Well, you can use it on things all the time, but it costs 5, so whatever. But, yeah, it's just a good thing to have. I mean, removal in general is a good thing to have, so... Sure. Antiquities on the Loose. Okay, 3 mana, create 2/2 red and white spirit creature tokens. Then if this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1/+1 spirit you control. It's got flashback 6. This is still good. So this is 3 mana for a 4/4's worth of power across 2 bodies. And then 6 mana for 6/6 worth of power across 2 bodies. That's if you don't have a single other spirit on the board, right? So I like this. I think this is great. This I would play in any. Like, I know the red-white people are usually the, like, reanimation and spirit stuff. I'd play this in whatever. I still can't remember the fucking school. It's got Quintorius in it. Lawhold. Fucking school. I remember because it's Quintorius' second name. But yeah, so the Lawhold people like to reanimate stuff, right? This is obviously meant for Lawhold, but I think if you're just playing white, you play this because this is just great. Ascendant Dust Speaker. 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer. Probably take it because it's that. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Okay, so it's overpriced because it's a 5 mana 3/4, but it is flying. So that makes it usable. +1/+1 counter on another target creature is fine. Exiling cards from graveyards, fine. Got a May, you have to do it as well. So you will eventually have to target your own graveyard, I imagine. But I don't know, maybe Lorehold likes that? It's another Lorehold card, by the way, so... Yeah, I don't know. Seems fine. Like, the only reason it's fine is because of the flying. But it's a 3/4 flyer, and flyers can just win games, so... Daydream. A 1-mana sorcery. Exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Woo! Flicker shenanigans! Sorcery speed flicker shenanigans, though. That's gross. Yeah, I think because it's sorcery speed, I hate it. Unless there's, like, stuff you really, really want to... Like, I guess, currently the only thing you'd flicker would be the Dust Speaker that we've seen, and, like, who cares? Because these guys work on mana to cast it, which, if it's being flickered, is 0, so it would do fuck all. Trigger the Dust Speaker, but, like, who gives a shit, right? I mean, it would turn it into a, what, a 4/5 flyer? Not nothing, but, like, you're not doing it for the Dust Speaker's ability. We'll have to see if there's any white stuff that you want to flicker, or... does have flashback as well, but again, sorcery speed flicker, sure. It's just going to be bad. Usually. Dig Site Inventory. A 1-mana, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, it gains vigilance until end of turn, flashback. This I like. A 1-mana, +1/+1 counter forever, it gets vigilance, so you can attack with it, and then you can just flash it back and do it again. You can grow your target to be bigger than your opponent's stuff pretty easily. This I like as a sorcery. Not as good as removal, but this is still certainly something. Especially because it's sorcery, so your opponent can see the +1/+1 counter and not like a combat trick or anything. But because it's a counter, it sticks around, so your creature's just going to be bigger. Do it twice. I like this, yeah. Eager Glyph Mage. A 4-mana 3/3. When it enters, create a 1/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. These cards are always good. Dude with a dude, especially if the little dude is flying. Yeah, these are always good to have because you could just have more people than your opponent and just beat them up. I don't know if there's any way to use like more people, but yeah, this is usually token makers are just limited. Elite Interceptor. Oh, this is the new mechanic. I haven't seen this yet. 1 mana for a 1/2 that enters prepared. While it's prepared, you may cast a copy of its spell. Doing so unprepares it. Okay. So you play it as a 1 mana 1/2, which is fine. And then for 2 mana, you can tap or untap target creature and draw a card. This is a nice little 1-drop to have, right? You can save the rejoinder for later if you need to tap something down, get through for some extra damage, draw a card. The draw a card is nice, because it means the creature replaces itself, even if it has to be at a later date for more mana. I don't hate it. I don't know how good these prepared things are going to be. Whether they're going to warp everything like Adventure did, or whether they're just going to be like fine because they're much slower. Because it's creature first into spell rather than spell into creature. Because if you play this and it just gets removed, you don't get to do anything with it. But you know, it's still like a fine body. No one's gonna be well, unless there's like a black destroy target creature that costs 2 or less or whatever. That you're very unlikely to get this removed. You're just gonna play it because nobody's gonna give a shit. 'Cause it's a 1 mana 1/2. And then, you know, you get an extra draw card in white, which white really needs usually draw cards. So, yeah, I think this is good. Good little 1-drop. Emeritus of Truce. A 3-mana... Oh, there's a wall of text. A 3-mana 3/3. When this creature enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. Then, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. And it comes with swords? Wow. I mean, the issue is, right, I suppose you can play this, give your opponent like, say your opponent's got one big creature on the field. You play this, you've both got one, but you give them the 1/1 flyer, then you just swords their big creature. Right? But they're still left with a flyer that you can't block because this guy isn't flying. And you can't swords again. You can only do it once. There's no way for him to become prepared again. He just is. And then he's not. I mean, he's still a 3-mana 3/3, which is fine. And just having... If you just play this and he gets prepared because your opponent... Like, say your opponent has that 1/2 we just looked at. And you just play this on turn 3 and just give them the 1/1 Inkling token. And you just you just have swords. Right? Like... And it's instant. It's proper swords. It's not like a weird sorcery swords. They have to remove this before they play anything dangerous because you can just swords it in response. Right? You just sit there and have swords to plowshares face up on the field. Like, that's not necessarily the way you want to do it. You probably want to keep this in your hand until they play a creature and then you play this, give them the token, get swords the creature. But you can just play this as a 3-mana 3/3 body, I have swords up. Right? And if they don't destroy it that turn, you can just untap, leave 1 mana open. You always have swords to plowshares. Even if they go to remove this, you just swords to plowshares, whatever's on their field. Yeah, I like this card. I think. Again, it's difficult to know because removal is so good in Limited, and removal attached to creatures is infinitely better. But you're not... First of all, they have to have more creatures, right? You can't just play this, give them a 1/1, and then this is prepared, and then you just plows the 1/1, right? Can't do that. They have to have more creatures than you. But I mean, this is a good, like, in case of emergency, play the cat, right? Like, you say you're behind, your opponent does have like 3 creatures, you've got nothing. Play this guy, give yourself an Inkling. It still gets prepared. You just exile their biggest thing. In case of emergency, play cat. Right? Like, I think you take this every time you see it in Limited. I'm just sort of debating because the best case of this card is so much better than the worst case, right? Like, best case, this is you get 2 creatures and get to exile your opponent's best creature because they have 3 creatures. You play this, make the Inkling for yourself, then exile their best creature. You've got 2 creatures, they've got 2 creatures, just completely balance the board. But the worst is you play this guy, he's a 3/3, and your opponent gets a 1/1 flyer. Or you get a 1/1 flyer. Sure. Like, if this guy isn't prepared, he's just a 3/3. Because that whole wall of text on the left is how you get swords to plowshares. And the other half is just swords to plowshares. So if you, like, there's a chance this guy just comes... Like, imagine your opponent has a creature. You play this. You give them the Inkling, and your opponent sacks the Inkling or creature in response to this trigger. And I don't know if there's sack... There's got to be with the green-blue people that like to sack pests or whatever, right? There's got to be some sacrifice shenanigans, even if it's not as good as, like, what's the 1-mana ritual of something or whatever, where you sack a creature, draw 2 cards. Even if it's not as good as that. But imagine you play this, target your opponent with the Inkling, and they just sack their own creature to draw 2 cards. They get an Inkling, a no replacement creature, you get a 3/3 with no abilities. Congratulations. Right, like... It's so just like, again, and I think most of the time, if you play like a human being with brain cells, this is a 3/3. Your opponent gets a 1/1, you exile their creature. I think most of the time that is the standard what happens. Your opponent has a 1/1 flyer, you have a 3/3. That's just what the board state looks like after you play this creature and activate Swords, right? But, like I said, there's a chance this guy is a 3/3 that does nothing. And that just hurts me in ways that it really shouldn't. Because there's so much text on this card. And all of it is, if you fuck it up, if your opponent has a way to interact with this, or you fuck it up, it's nothing. Doesn't do anything. It's so bad. Ennis Debate Moderator. 2 mana, 1/1. When he enters, exile up to one other target creature you control. Return to the battlefield under its own control. Another sorcery speed flicker, sure. Instead, if one or more cards is put into exile this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on him. Okay, so he grows if you do the Law Hold exiling stuff thing. Sure. I mean, he's not a good flicker target, but if you do have good flicker targets, he can flicker them, and then you can flicker the good flicker targets with the other spell we saw earlier, and this guy's just going to get big. Which is generally pretty good in Limited. Like, things that grow themselves are just going to be good because they just are. So, like, fine. I think we'll need to see some really decent flicker targets. I guess Emeritus of Truce is technically a flicker target as well, which is weird, but funny. I guess anything that enters prepared is a flicker target, right? Maybe that's the idea. Maybe you flicker your prepared things so you can do them over and over again. I don't know. But this guy I don't hate just because he grows himself, and in Limited, things that grow themselves can be just really good. They can get out of control if your opponent doesn't have removal and you're just allowed to do whatever it is that makes them grow. Erode. Destroy target creature or planeswalker its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. This is not Swords. What's the other one? Path to Exile? This is just Path. Path, but you can hit planeswalkers with it now. Yeah, it's great. Surprisingly, one of the best removal spells is still good. When you make it to better? Yeah, this is just Path. Path, but you can hit planeswalkers with it. Sure. Okay. We're just reprinting better Path now? Fine. Okay, yeah. Weirdly, you take this. It's incredible removal. So, yes, you just take this. God, Sure. Yeah. But, yeah, this is just Path to Exile, which is an incredible card. So, yes. You take better Path to Exile. Surprisingly. Graduation Day is a 1-mana enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay, so if you've got a bunch of Flicker and what are they? Combat tricks and shit like that. This just grows things constantly. This is good. I don't mind this. Again, things that automatically grow stuff just sat on the board can be just really good. I don't know how many sort of things like this you're going to have access to, but if you have, say, like 5 or 6 instant... no, even if you have like 8 instant sorceries, this just isn't... I mean, yeah, it's probably fine. It's probably still fine. It's not super exciting because you don't have a massive amount of instants or sorceries, but it's probably still good enough, right, in Limited? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this one. I'd have to see it in action. I'd have to see how many instants or sorceries you actually have. Because this works on removal as well. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, even if you're targeting your opponent's stuff, this works. So it's just good with removal as well, but... Again, you'd have to see how many you have. Group Project. 2 mana sorcery, create a 2/2. And flashback, tap 3 untapped creatures. Sure. Yeah, this is fine. 2 mana 2/2, and then essentially for free at the end of your, like, say you've got that thing that, like, give things vigilance or whatever, right? You can just give 3 creatures vigilance, swing with them, and then tap them all afterwards and get an extra 2/2 out of it. Like, I imagine this is pretty good. In limited. It's just 2 creatures, right? One you have to pay for, one you essentially get for free if you have, you know, creatures that can't attack anyway, so you can just make an extra dude. Yeah, I like this. Harsh Annotation. 2 mana, destroy target's creature, its controller, create a 1/1. Yeah, sure. Again, it's removal. Destroy their best thing, you get a 1/1. It does have flying, which I don't like. But it's probably still fine. We've seen white has some flyers in it, so it's probably still just good enough. And yeah, like, your opponent plays like a huge dude, you just gone. It's now 1/1 Inkling. It's removal. You take it every single opportunity. So sure. On a bound page, a 4 mana 3/3 with first strike that enters prepared. 1 mana sorcery, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. So you can make it a 4/3 flyer with first strike and slap your opponent. I mean, a 4 mana 3/3 with first strike is fucking scary to deal with, right? This is already, like, intimidating on the board because of first strike. I think this card's probably really good in limited, right? It's a 4 mana 3/3 with first strike, which kills anything that's not 4 toughness or more. That's if you don't buff this. So we've already seen a bunch of +1/+1 counters, which, again, extra terrifying on a first strike creature. And this can just give you a way to go over the top and punch your opponent to death. Yeah, this card's good. Informed Inkwright. A 2/2 with Vigilance. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, create a 1/1. This is great. This is very good, right? Every single instant or sorcery spell, your removal or your flicker or your combat tricks, all of them make you an Inkling. Yes. Yes, please, I would like that all of the time in any color. This has to be. Just has to be. Is the other stream still doing good? Okay, it looks like everyone's still tracking along. Sorry about all the connecting stuff. I'm checking to make sure the stream's functioning properly. But yeah, this is great. Ink Shape Demonstrator. A 4 mana 3/4 with Ward. Okay, sure. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink. Again, I like this one too. A 4 mana 3/4 with Ward. It's difficult to get rid of. And then every time you use a piece of removal, a flicker spell, or a like a targeted buff spell, whatever, like a combat trick or whatever, he just gets bigger and has lifelink. I like this. Yeah. This is looking... Silverquill fucking beating people up in this set. Interjection. Here's target creature gets +2/+2 against first strike. So here's your combat trick that you want as many of as you can fit in your deck. 1 mana instant +2/+2 and first strike, so you win every combat and all of your guys fucking, you get an Inkling, this guy gets into lifelink, and you get a +1/+1 counter or something. Man, if you have all that set up, this card is just bananas, right? Joined Researchers. 2 mana for a 2/2 with first strike. That's already scary. At the beginning of each end step, if an opponent has more cards in hand than you, this creature becomes prepared. You get Secret Rendezvous. I mean, Secret Rendezvous is a card that in Limited I worry about because you're giving your opponent more resources. And there's a chance they just have a better deck than you because you don't know necessarily what they're playing before you do it. But White does like drawing cards. Or White does need help drawing cards. Usually White doesn't have access to as much draw as everyone else. Like, Green usually does it depending on the size of a creature. Blue does it all of the time. Black does it by losing life. Red Impulse does it. And White just doesn't. Usually it's like, depending on if you have a weenie, right? A small creature comes in, you get a draw. A cheap creature comes in, you get a draw. Right? They don't generally have, like, just good draw spells. Secret Rendezvous is like I said, I don't like it because it gives your opponent draw. But like this card reads to me as a commander card, right? This is, you play this, and then if anyone at the commander table has more than you, next turn you can make yourself and whichever opponent you're playing politics with, whoever you're saying, like, oh, this guy's the danger, and I'll help you by giving you 3 cards, and I'll get 3 cards. So this smacks of commander card, but it's probably still fine in Limited just because it's a 2/2 with first strike, and if you run out of cards and your opponent has like a full suite, you can just draw 3, right? Owlin Historian. 3 mana, 2/3 flyer. When it enters Surveil, and when one more cards leave your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. It's a flyer, right? Probably good enough just being a flyer. This is the least exciting card I think we've seen so far, maybe? But, flyer. Practiced Offense. 3 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls. Target creature gains your choice of Double Strike or Lifelink, and you can flashback for 2. Yeah, this card's silly good. Again, you'd have to be. There has been a bunch of ways to make lots of dudes though, right? Yeah, like Silver Quill's making all the Inklings, the White Red are doing a bunch of spirits, and then you can just play this and everything gets huge. And because it targets a creature, you can trigger all the other Silver Quill things with like making another Inkling, getting a +1/+1 counter. This card's got to be good. Like, if you have the shell for it, this card's bananas. I think this card is still just good by itself, but I think if you have the shell, it's just bananas. Primary Research. 5 mana. When this enchantment enters, return target non-land permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. At the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, draw a card. This is 5 mana, return a non-land permanent with 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, draw a card. Sure, and then you can continue to just draw later. Yeah, I don't... Like, what are we getting back? Most likely. I mean, there's some cheap stuff that you could definitely get back. I don't hate it, but I'm not that... Because usually White pays like 1 or 2 mana for the top thing. Right? Ugh. This is just too expensive, I think. 5 mana to return a permanent with mana value 3 or less, and then you get to draw a card. Like, it's so expensive. Like, the top part, the return target non-land permanent with, or creature card, I guess not always permanent, with mana value 3 or less. There's a 1 mana version of that. Right, that's currently played. I don't know if it's instant or sorcery speed, I can't remember. But it's just 1 mana, return target creature with mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. There is a 1 mana... Helping Hand, I think, is the 1 mana version of this currently in Standard. There's 5. I just don't think it's good enough. And even in limited, like, I just don't think it's good enough. I think Will Blade Lariat? 2 mana, 1/1 with double strike, and it enters prepared, and target creature gains +1/+1 and gains double strike. This is a +1/+1 counter target, and also makes something else into a terrifying threat as well. I think I like this. Because like a 1/1 with double strike isn't too scary. But you get 1/+1/+1 counter on this card, maybe 2. This thing's fucking terrifying. You have to remove it. Like, you just have to get rid of it before that happens. Or else it's just going to start eating creatures you control and then beating the fuck out of you. Yeah. Yeah, this card is very scary. Rapier Wit. 2 mana, tap target creature. If it's your turn, put a stun counter on it, draw a card. Sure. Sure. I'm not particularly excited by this card. I don't hate this card. It's good with all of our, like, target creature get things, and it replaces itself. Sure. Like, it's fine. Rehearsed Debater. A 3 mana 3/3 Vigilance. Whenever you cast a sorcery spell that targets a creature, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. It's only until end of turn. It's a 3 mana 3/3 Vigilance, though, so it's just fine stat wise. It's not the most exciting card, but it's just fine. Restoration Seminar. 7 mana Lesson. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Anyone. This is 7 mana, though. Very expensive. Paradigm. I don't know what this is. Then exile this spell. After you first resolve a spell with this name, you may cast a copy of it from exile without paying its mana cost at the beginning of each of your first main phases. So, if you play this card, you get it every turn from then on. What was this? This was there was a set of cards that did this as well. They weren't lessons. What are they called? Replay every turn. MTG card set. What are they? No. What's Final Fortune? No. That's not what I'm talking about. There was a set. They're very old cards. No. Replay every turn. Sorcery. Not extra turns. Fuck me. I don't know what they're called. There's like there was one for each color. I remember the blue one. I can't remember what it did, but there was definitely a blue one. They're very old set of cards. Why can I not remember? It had like an ability that was after you play this card, exile it, replay it at the beginning of your upkeep or something. Oh god, this is gonna annoy me because I cannot remember what it's fucking called. Is it? Oh. That is a card, but it's not the one I'm looking for. Come on. I'm sorry, I know I'm stuck here just scrolling through shit on my phone, but I'm trying to remember what the rotation of cards was. I don't think I'm going to find it. So, there was a type of card. Maybe if I just search it, maybe it'll link me to... Paradigm, MTG. Paradigm, MTG. Similar card. Epic Cycle from Savior of Kamigawa? Is that the one? Maybe. Saviors of Kamigawa. Epic Savior. Is this the one? Yes! Eternal Domination. So this is the blue one. This is the one I was remembering because I had this card. So it's a 7+, so it's 10 mana. Search an opponent's library for an artifact, creature, enchantment, or land. Put that card into play under your control, then they shuffle. Epic. For the rest of the game, you can't play spells. At the beginning of each of your upkeeps, copy this spell. Except for the epic ability, you choose new targets for the copy. So that's why Paradigm is reminding me. Because it's better epic, right? Because you can still play the game with this. This just triggers every turn. Yeah, there was a set. So is there 5 of these? Is there a Paradigm set? Again, I don't know. So in Limited, you are probably going to get to your expensive cards, right? Which you have to take into account. Limited is generally going to be slower. So you might just get to this card. And then, is this card good if you play it and it just goes off every single turn? Yes, of course it is, because you just get a new card from your graveyard every turn. So I think all of these Paradigm cards have to be busted, right? Unless they just suck. This one doesn't. This one brings back a creature every turn, bare minimum, unless your opponent exiles your graveyard. Although it is weird, right? The red-white people want to exile cards from their graveyard, but then also have the best reanimation effects. So, like... But yeah, this card has to be good, right? Like, this... again, it's 7 mana, so maybe you just don't get there, but if you get there, you get this every turn. Yeah, sure. Crazy good. Has to be. This whole Paradigm set has to, assuming there is a set of Paradigm. I'm gonna go with there is, because, like, the cards like this generally have, like, a full set. So yeah, hopefully there's, like, same with the white guy that had the white epic, the white mythic rare that had the I get swords to plowshares. There's probably a green one that gives you, like, an iconic green spell. What iconic green spells? Harmonize is a bit much. I don't know. There's probably a red one that probably has, like, Faithless Looting or something. A blue one. God, tell me the blue one doesn't have whatever the power 9 fucking blue card is. Draw 3 for 1. Ancestral Recall. Please tell me it doesn't. What would the black one have? Like, the most iconic black card is going to be Murder, but that would be shit. Ritual? Don't let it have Ritual. But yeah, there's probably like a cycle of generally there's a cycle of mythic rares for each, so I'm assuming there's more of these. Shattered Acolyte. 2 mana, 2/2 with lifelink. Pay 1, sacrifice this creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Sure. Fine. It's a 2 mana, 2/2 with lifelink, so it's fine to begin with. And then Worst comes to worst, you can just get rid of an artifact or enchantment with it. Sure, it's fine. I don't hate it just being a 2-mana 2/2 with lifelink, honestly. Soaring Stone Glider is a 3-mana 4/3 for as an additional cost to cast the spell, exile 2 cards from your graveyard or pay 2. And it's got Flying and Vigilance. This is good. Gotta be, right? 4/3 Flying Vigilance. Even if you have to pay for it full retail for 5, I'd still take that. If you can exile 2 cards from your graveyard and get the special effects that the Lorehold guys want you to do this with, then yeah, this is great. Spirit Call Enthusiast. A 3-mana 3/3. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, this creature becomes prepared. Wow, so you keep preparing it, sure. 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. It is sorcery. So you could have this down. You make a token, trigger this creature's ability, then make another token, and it's prepared again. Pretty good. Yeah, you could just use this as like a big pump engine almost. That's pretty cool. I actually quite like this card. I mean, it's a 3-mana 3/3, so it's just fine on stats, and then, you know, you can just keep pumping with it. Stand up for yourself. 3-mana, destroy target creature with power 3 or greater. Sure, yeah. It's just good removal. Stirring Hopesinger. 3-mana, 1/3, flying lifelink. Whenever you cast an sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Yes. This is also incredible. A bit expensive. A 3-mana 1/3 is... but every time you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets something, again, removal, your bounce effects, your like flicker stuff, or your combat tricks, this guy just goes. And again, like with this, you could do this like 3 times, and this is targeting creatures. So this goes off every time, right? Every time you prepare that guy with a token and then just do it, this guy just triggers. So that can get out of hand very quickly. Dosen. 2-mana 3/1. You can exile it from a graveyard, gain 2 life, surveil. Sure, this is mediocre. Kind of pack filling. I wouldn't hate running it. I also wouldn't be excited about it either. Summoned Dromedary. 4-mana 4/3 Vigilance. You can return this from your graveyard to your hand, which would trigger your cards leaving your graveyard thing. Okay. Like, it's fine. You can keep getting it back. So that's fine. But it's not the most exciting creature, right? It's a 4-mana 4/3. Eventually this will just get outclassed. But it's going to keep coming back. You can keep putting it in the way, putting it back to your hand, replaying it. It costs 6 mana to put it back to your hand and replay it, which is a bit much, but... And you can only do it as a sorcery, which sucks. Oh, we're on to blue. Okay. Let me go back through white, and then I will quickly go to the bathroom, and then we'll move on to blue. White has some cool things, right? This whole... Whatever the effect is, I can't say that word. Reparty? I don't know. But this working with all of your removal, all of your flicker spells, all of your buff spells, just means this gets out of hand very fast. And a lot of it's counters as well. And they have a guy that can keep doing it with this Spirit Call Enthusiast. Because, like, so here's the thing. Say you've got, again, this is Magical Christmas Land. I know that's not going to happen. But say you have Stirring Hopesinger out, and you have the Spirit Caller Enthusiast, and you have the Informed Inkray. Okay? So, you play a spell, which makes an Inkling, which also gives everyone +1/+1. Where is it? Gives everyone +1/+1. And because an Inkling enters, this comes prepared. So then you can pay 2 for this guy to give 2 creatures +2/+2, which makes an Inkling, which also gives everyone +1/+1, which, because the Inkling enters the battlefield, this becomes prepared again, so you can tap 2 to target 2 creatures to give them +2/+2, which, and you can see the loop, right? Like, again, Magical Christmas Land. First of all, that's 2 rares you have to get, and an uncommon, and they have to all be on the field, and your opponent has to not have any interaction. Magical Christmas Land. Never going to happen. But you could just build a huge board, and all of them have +1/+1, of just this guy triggering alone. You just 2 mana, trigger this guy, board gets bigger. 2 mana, trigger this guy, board gets bigger. 2 mana, trigger this guy, board gets bigger. You could do that as many times as you have 2 mana in the same turn, because every time a token enters, he becomes prepared again. Right? Like, you could just go hard. Also, these Paradigm cards are just going to be crazy, right? I don't know if this one's a good one, but it's fine. And they actually have some decent removal as well. Well, incredible removal and decent removal. So yeah, I think White's doing well this set. Very well. Right, I am going to disappear. I will be right back. Just need to go to the bathroom. And when I get back, we'll move on to blue. Alright, sorry about that. We are back. Back with blue. Now, I will say, before we go into it, usually, I don't like blue very much. I find it to be more... Like, blue just tends to not throw hands, right? Blue tends to just sit in the corner and play with itself. It doesn't want to, like, beat people up. And in Limited, you kind of gotta at least try to beat people up. So blue on its own generally isn't the most exciting colour for me. I'm also not a big blue fan. Usually I like Gruul colours, green, red, or like green, black, Golgari. Stuff with green in it that can make a big dude and just flat people in the face. Blue doesn't tend to do that. I mean, Simic can, but... and there is Simic colours in this set, so maybe there'll be a couple of bigger or ways to grow in blue. But, yeah, generally it's the green side of green-blue that I like, and the blue side is just kind of there. I think I did like Simic last time we went to StrixHaven, though. It had some interesting and cool cards, so... But again, they were like the green-blue cards, not just the blue cards, so we'll see. Anyway, starting with Banishing Betrayal. 2 mana instant, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, surveil 1. Oh. The most basic blue-ass card you've ever seen. It deals with a threat, an immediate threat for, like, that turn, and that's it. Surveil's nice as well. Brush Off. 4 mana, this spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets instant sorcery, counter target spell. Again... fine. In Limited, counter spells I find don't really do anything. So... yeah, sure, whatever. I don't... counter spells I've never really cared for. So, again, I'm more of like, I want people to play their Magic. And then, obviously, having removal is one thing, right? Like, if they play a card and then you destroy it because it's terrifying, they at least played the card. But counter spells are just there, like, it doesn't fucking happen. It always just... I've never been a fan of counter. Especially in Limited, because, like I say, I feel like they're a bit weak. And this one costs 4. I suppose 2 if it targets instant or sorcery, but... Campus Composer. A 3 mana 3/4. With Ward 2, it's at least able to fight. And it enters prepared, which means for 5 mana you can create a 3/3 elemental creature token with flying. Flying? This isn't terrible. I don't hate this. I'm not in love with it. It's slightly down on stats, and the 5 mana 3/3 is a bit much. but it is a 5-mana 3/3 with flying. We have seen bigger flyers from white, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just not sure how much I care. It's also sorcery speed. Sure. It's kind of fine. You can only do it once. I don't know. I think this is a good limited card, basically just because it is a blue card that is usable as a blocker and also makes a flyer. Right? Like, sure. Chase Inspiration. A 1-mana instant type creature you control gets +0/+3 and gains hexproof. Sure, yeah. Protection. It's if you're gonna have less creatures, and having ways to make sure those creatures you do have don't immediately die to removal is good. Again, do I? I don't know. I wouldn't be running blue, but it would be like I'd have like 1 or 2 of these in my deck probably. Deluge Virtuoso is a 3-mana 2/2 when it enters, tap target creature opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Yeah, that's about what you pay for this. Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast this spell, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. I mean, this is one of the weaker. This is the first one we've seen. So, Silver Quill, the previous ones we saw, had like, when you play an instant sorcery, get a 1/1 counter on everything, make a token, like, they had a couple of, I get +1/+1 whenever you pay, and those were the crappy ones, but like, sure, whatever. This is fine because it's going to tap down something and put a stun counter on it. But the +1/+1 if you play an instant or sorcery, +2/+2 if it costs 5 or more. Like, instant or sorcery spells that cost 5 or more. We haven't even seen one yet, but they have to do something good, right? They have to be really good if you want to take them. Divergent Equation. 1/X. Return up to X target instant and or sorcery spells from your graveyard to your hand. Exile it. This is no good in limited. Like, it's just, X is probably going to be like 1 or 2. And unless you have like one insane spell you want to replay, this is just... Echo Casting Symposium. Target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature you control. And this is the paradigm one. So for 6 mana, you make a token of something you control. Or target player does, but you're going to go for yourself unless you want to look. But yeah, you create a token of something you control, and then you can make another token every turn. This is probably game-winning. Make your best creature again every turn is probably game-winning. But you have to get to it. This is only 6, though. This is cheaper than the last one. I think all of these paradigm things are going to be game-winning, but this is probably game-winning. If you get this off and you have a viable target for it, like, eventually people are going to run out of cards to play. They're going to be top-decking. And if they top-deck a land and don't play anything, and you just, on your turn, make your best creature again, even if you top-deck a land, you're getting +1 creatures a turn from this thing, assuming there's no board wipe or whatever. Didn't see one in white, so unless there's one in black. Or in multicolor, I guess I could. But yeah, like, this is probably game-winning. Emeritus of... You do get Ancestral Recall. I fucking knew it! I knew blue would get Ancestral Recall. God damn it, you get one of the power 9? I suppose white does get swords, so fine. But bro, is a 5-mana, 5/5 flying ward creature that just enters prepared. Whenever this creature attacks, you may exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, this creature becomes prepared. Okay, it's only happening once. 8 cards from your graveyard? You have to be like most of your way through your deck by that point. You can probably get like 2 of these off in a single game at best. It is still a 5/5 flyer for 5 with Ward 2, so this card is still bananas good. This is way better than the white one, right? A 5-mana 5/5. This is a game-winning card by itself. That also comes with Ancestral Recall stapled to its ass. So this is way better than the white one. This is a good card. This is the first blue. I mean, imagine you have an Emeritus of Ideation and an Echoes. I mean, they're both 2 mythic rares. So, again, Magical Christmas Land. Don't worry, my brain's just doing Magical Christmas thing. But, like, every turn, get a flying 5/5 with Ward 2 that can cast Ancestral Recall. God, that's disgusting. Yeah, this card is gross. Of course it is. Fucking blue players. Encouraging Aviator. 3 mana for a 2/3 with flying. Whenever it attacks, it becomes prepared. And the spell is target creature gains flying until end of turn. Previously, this would have just been the effect of when it attacks. But I guess they wanted it to be... This is actually probably worse. No, because you can jump on your opponent's turn and use it as a blocker as well. Okay, I don't hate it. But, like... Yeah, this is probably fine. Again, it's a flyer. Flyers win games, so you'd probably take it. 2 mana, 3 mana, 2/3 flyer is fine. And you can give other things flying whenever you want, as long as this is attacked. Yeah. Oh, hey, Essence Scatter, how you doing? They reprinted Essence Scatter. Again, this is fine. I don't like counter spells in Limited, but sure. Exhibition Tidecaller. A 2 mana 0/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 3 cards. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, that player mills 10 cards instead. Ooh. This is kind of gross. This has to eat removal, right? Because if you play this turn 1 in Limited, your opponent has to deal with it. Because if you just save up counter spells, draw cards, and a whole bunch of bullshit, you could just mill them out really, really fast. Like, really fast. We haven't seen a 5-cost spell yet, have we? Oh, Echo Casting Symposium. But, like, if you're recasting this... You're probably no, because it doesn't stack, right? Then exile. Well, first of all, it gets exiled, but after you first resolve a spell with this name, you may copy it from exile without paying its mana cost at the beginning of each. So you can't multicast these lessons. Paradigm thing. Still, this is a scary. That's actually kind of, just because it comes down on turn 1. It's like do you remember the crab? The 0/3 crab that had landfall, target player mills 3 cards. That thing was fucking terrifying. Because you play that turn 1 in Limited, you play your land drop for the next, like, 3 or 4 turns, your opponent's down half their deck. They have to kill you, right? And this does the exact same thing, assuming you have spells to trigger it. Flow State. 2 mana sorcery, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library. If there is an instant and a sorcery card in your graveyard, instead put 2 of them in your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library in any. I mean, it's sorcery speed, which is kind of ass, but 2 mana, put 2 cards into your hand and the rest at the bottom of your library. This probably sees. I think in Limited this isn't very good. I think maybe this sees play in Standard in the lesson deck, just because it's another way to draw 2 cards. Because they've got the lesson card that draws 3 for 2 if they have 4 lessons or whatever. This is draw 2 for 2. If you have instants or sorceries, which are all the lesson stuff is. So yeah. In Limited, I don't rate this thing, but maybe it's good enough. Fractal Anomaly. A 1 mana instant. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token and put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Is this instant speed? Of course it is. Fucking Astral Recall. God fucking damn it. I mean, it depends how many cards you're drawing. This could be good. It's an instant speed dude. I don't know, because this is like a follow-up to you having like a big draw turn. So maybe again I'd have to see some big draws. Obviously there's Astral Recall stapled to a dude, which makes this crazy. But you have to get the dude with Astral Recall stapled to him to make this crazy, and he's a mythic rare. So this I'm just gonna rate as unless I see another big draw spell. Fractalize 1 and X until end of turn. Type creature becomes a green and blue fractal with base power and toughness equal to X plus 1. So, make a dude. Make a dude big. Instant speed, make a dude big is nice. Sure. I don't hate this. This is actually, you can use this to smash people in the face. You can use this on the defense. I don't hate this. I wish it had, usually stuff like this comes with like draw a card staple to it somewhere, but yeah, I don't hate it. Not great. It's not bad either. Like, if you're using this to kill someone, it's going to feel amazing. But I don't know. Harmonize Trio. 1 mana, 1/1 with... It's got Brainstorm? Why does it have Brainstorm? Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Oh, this is bad. So, it's a 1 mana, 1/1. I suppose you could do this whenever. So, if you, on the defense, tap 3 creatures, you can get Brainstorm. Brainstorm is also a really, really good draw spell. Astral Recall and Brainstorm in the same set. Like, Brainstorm's on something cheap too. But you can't... So you play this, can't do anything. The next turn, you have to play 2 creatures. And then tap them both. I mean, you can do this. You can do this at instant speed, so you can do it on your opponent's turn. So you don't need to do it. I mean, by like turn 3, you maybe have a chance to do this, assuming none of your creatures have died, and assuming you're not attacking with them, and have no reason to. I mean, you can block and you can still tap them, right? I mean, repetitive brainstorm sounds terrifying, but it's a lot of fucking investment for a repetitive brainstorm, right? It's a lot to get a repetitive brainstorm. I feel like this is okay as a 1 mana 1/1 with the upside of if your opponent has a bad turn, you get a brainstorm next turn. I think if you're planning on this being like carrying you by brainstorming every turn, you're going to be in for a fucking ass beating because people are just going to attack you to death. But it does have Brainstorm stuck to it. And blue players do love themselves some blue. And this is like blue on blue. So, Homesickness. 6 mana. Target player draws 2 cards. Tap 2 target creatures. Put a stun counter on each. Sure, this is fine. Is it overpriced? Nah, instant speed. You can do this at the end of people's turn. This is probably good. Like, you maybe play one of these as your big blue spell, right? Hydro Channeler. 2 mana for a 1/3. You can tap to add blue to cast instant sorcery spells. And you can add mana of any color. So it can convert mana to any color for instant. This is probably good, right? There's definitely some big instant sorcery spells you'd want to play with this guy. He's not a bad, or girl, they're not a bad blocker. I don't hate this at all. Jadzi, Steward of Fate. Okay. 3 mana, 2/4, enters prepared, and when it enters, you draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. And then you can Oracle's Gift. 1XX, create X 0/0 green and blue fractal creature tokens that put X plus 1/1 counters on each fractal you control. Okay, so for 3, this is 1/1/1. Ass. For 5, this is 2/2/2s, which still ain't great. For 7, this is 3/3/3, which is where shit starts getting fucking popping. And then for 9, this is 4/4/4s, which is probably just winning you the game. I think this is okay. I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh man, you just like Oracle's gift and get like a bunch of dudes. I feel like with a lot of what we've seen, you're probably getting your face stomped by the other colors at the moment. So you probably just have to like emergency Oracle's gift and get like 2/2/2s, and then you feel shit about it. But I think if you can get up to 3/3/3s, if you can get up to 7 mana or 9, like you probably just win in that game. But I think at that point, blue's probably fine anyway, right? Like, does trigger all your other effects if you pay 5 or 7 or 9 into it, I guess. And like a 3 mana 2/4 that draws 2 that loots is just good. Yeah, this is just a good card. Like I said, I think I'm overthinking the Oracle's Gift. I think you're just, hey, here's my 3 mana 2/4 that allows me to draw 2, discard 2. And if you don't remove it, I'll get some fractals at some point, right? Sure. Landscape Painter. 2 mana, 2/1, comes prepared, and you can, for 5, draw 2? Fuck off. That's a 3 mana. Blue doesn't pay 5 for this. Bro, what are Wizards thinking? Like, I know it's attached to a creature, but no, this is what's the 3 mana? They've printed it a million times. 3 mana, draw 2. That's what you pay for draw. Now, not, and it's sorcery speed. You don't pay 5 mana for draw 2. No. Ass. Mana Sculpt. 3 mana, instant counter target spell if you control a wizard. Add an amount of colorless equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell at the beginning of your next main phase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We might have some wizards. Again, it's a counter spell, which I don't really care for, but if I had that many wizards, sure. Yeah, if I had that many wizards, sure. Mathemagic. I saw this one. This is the to the power of card. So for XX double blue, target player draws 2x cards. So for 2 mana, you draw a card. For 4 mana, you draw 2 cards. For 6 mana, you draw 4 cards. For 8 mana, you draw 8 cards. And then 4, 8, 9. So for 10 mana, you draw 60. This is maths, and a lot of people were like, oh, look, there's maths in, like, more maths, like, real maths in Magic now, like, sure. I think in Limited, this is, like, draw 4 at the most, and I still think it's not great. Like, this is such a Commander card, right? This is, like, you're playing Commander, and you have, like, 10 mana, and you just fucking dunk this for 8 and draw 16 cards, and everyone at the table hates you for the rest of the game, right? Like, this is not a limited card. This is not a standard card. This is solely for Commander, right? Matter Bending Mage. 3 mana, 2/2. When it enters, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand. Bounce on a creature's nice. When you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, this creature can't be blocked this. How many X cards have we had so far? 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, but this one's fucking terrible. Like 4? Nah. Nah. We're not relying on that. This is a 3 mana 2/2 that bounces a guy. That's fine. The second half maybe happens once. Muse Seeker. 2 mana for a 1/2. Whenever you cast instant or sorcery spell, draw a card, then discard a card and that's 5 or more mana was spent. Sure. 2 mana 1/2 that loots is fine. Like, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's just fine. It's nothing to write home about. It's not terrible. It's just kind of meh. Muse's Encouragement. A 5 mana 3/3 with flying, and you get to surveil, and it's instant. Sure, mostly just because it's a 3/3 flyer at instant speed. That's about all I care about. The surveil 2 is kind of whatever. It's a bit expensive, but like it is a flying creature and it is instant speed, so I'd probably play that. Orisa Tide Choreographer, a 5 mana 2/2. Costs 3 less to cast. Creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, and when she enters, draw 2 cards. So she's essentially a 2 mana 2/2 because you're paying 3 for the draw 2 cards. Unless you have a bunch of thick ass boys and then 2 mana 2/2 that draws 2. I probably wouldn't. I'd think about it. Just because it's a body, and so here's the thing. If I had enough good creatures, I wouldn't run her. If I didn't have enough good creatures, if I was on like 10 or 11 creatures and I wanted more creatures in the deck, I'd run her just as a thing. Which probably makes her even worse, because then you wouldn't have the guys to give her the toughness break. But, like, Pensive Professor, a 3 mana 0/2. With increment, whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on this creature, draw a card. This is like Evolve, but for instants and sorcery. I mean, my problem with this guy is he's a 3 mana 0/2. He's fucking a nothing. But he is one of those I grow myself cards, which often are really, really good in limited. So I would definitely take him, but I would feel gross about playing him on turn 3 as a 0/2. Like, you play this as a 3 mana 0/2, and like your opponent just plays a 3 mana 3/3. You're just like, oh. Right? Like they just play something that just eats this guy, and like, yeah. But then if you can grow this guy, he's good. You grow him with any spell because he starts at 0 power. Yeah. Procrastinate. 1 and X. Tap target creature, put twice X stun counters on it. Oh, this is just fucking... This is rude. So, this is like, for 3 mana, this is tap a creature, stun it for 4 turns? At that point, why even have it? You just mana dump this thing for like 6, and opponent's creature is stunned for 10 turns. At that point, they might as well just put it in the graveyard. Right? This is so rude. It is sorcery speed. And it is not great. But, like, this is rude. Even just for 2 mana, this is tap target creature, stun it for 2 turns. Yeah, this is just rude. I like this card because it's just rude. Quick Study, 3 mana, draw 2 cards, instant speed. This is what blue pays for card draw! Not fucking 5 for the same card at sorcery speed, worse, just because it's stapled to a creature. I mean, actually, I'm fine with that because I hated adventure creatures just being better in every way than normal creatures. But still, come on! Run behind. 4 mana, cost 1 less if it casts. Okay, target creature, put it on top. Yeah. Standard blue removal card has been printed about 1 million times. It's Sky Coach Conductor. 3 mana, 2/3 with flash, flying, and vigilance, and it enters prepared. And then for 1 mana, at instant speed, exile target non-pilot creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Oh, okay. That's actually pretty good. Because you could just bounce. I mean, that essentially means they have to kill this with removal, because or else he can protect any other creature. Right? Because if somebody uses targeted removal on a creature, you just flicker it, comes back, it's a new entity, it's not targeted, the spell fizzles. So, yeah. And it's a 3 mana, 2/3, flying, vigilance, got flash. This is all good for me. If you see this card and you're playing blue, play it. Spellbook Seeker, a 4 mana, 3/3 flyer that enters prepared. Can careful study, draw 2, discard 2. Yeah, sure. This is good as well. I don't know why that other creature was so bad with its fucking prepared spell. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. Great. Draw 2, discard 2. Great. You just, if you've got enough lands, draw 2, discard your lands. You know, yeah, great. Tester of the Tangential. Okay. 2 mana, 1/1 with increment whenever you cast a spell. Oh, so it's got evolve, but for instants or sorceries. Yeah. If of combat on your turn, you may pay X. When you do, move X +1 counters from this creature onto another target creature. I actually don't hate evolve for spells. This guy's much better with it as well because he's cheaper. I think the faster you get like this, or like the Professor was 3 mana. But the faster you get these increment guys that is just evolve but for spells, the faster you get these guys down, the better they are. So I think this guy's good. I don't know how much I care about being able to move the counters onto something else, because it's not at instant speed, it's only at combat, but you could stack one creature up and just be swinging with that one. So maybe. It just takes the target off this thing's back a little bit, because like while this thing's the one that's growing and causing the issues, if you have like a 5/5, you can moved all the counters onto that instead. Your opponent really can't be wasting their removal on this guy while they're getting chunked by a 5/5, right? Textbook Tabulator, another evolve but for spells. But it's a 3 mana 0/3 when it enters sale. Again, this is too expensive. So, like, the best evolve creature I remember in the old... God, when was evolve a thing? It was like Dragon Maze. It was Simic's mechanic, right? The best one was like Experiment 1, right? The 1 mana green 0/1 that just evolved every time you played anything. Because it was a 1 mana guy you played on turn 1 and then grew every turn after that. These guys coming down on turn 3 are just like, sure. They're not going to do anything. Right? Like, by the time you've incremented them like 2 or 3 times, they're just like... like this... So, if this comes down on turn 3, by turn 5, if you've played a spell every turn that's greater than this... I suppose you can play multiple spells in a turn, but on average, this thing's going to be like a 2/5 or a 3/6. These people just aren't going to care. I don't know. Yeah, I like increment as an idea, but they need a 1 mana increment card. Wisdom of Ages, a 7 mana blue card. Oh god. Return all instant sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Exile it. It's bad and limited. I can't imagine the instant or sorcery deck being all that good anyway. But a instant or sorcery, like a 7-mana sorcery that is just, hey, you get stuff back in your hand and can play it. Like, this does nothing to the board. You're just going to get your ass beat. Yeah, I don't like it. This is bad. Hey, we're on to black. What do I think of blue? I'm not. So I'm gonna start this by saying I'm not a big blue fan anyway. I don't really care for blue. So if you're coming in here watching me review blue and then being like, man, he's so wrong about all these blue cards. Maybe I am. I just don't like blue. It certainly has some powerful cards. Echo casting is nuts. This emeritus of ideation, I guess. Fucking bananas. And they've got some like decent cards. This Exhibition Tidecaller's terrifying as well. They've got some decent cards, but they also have some cards that I think are just kind of garbage. I don't like counter spells, so the 2 counter spells we saw suck. This Landscape Painter sucks. Math Magix is bad. Right? This Orisa is probably not very good. Right, and their removal is essentially non-existent. You've got this run behind and the other one that bounces to hand. As per usual for blue, to be fair. But yeah, you don't really have many ways of dealing with stuff on the board. I do like the increment stuff. I like grow when you play an instant or sorcery spell. I like that as an idea. But again, in limited, you're only going to have 6 to 8 instant or sorcery spells. So you're not going... You probably don't have the fuel to make these cards as big as you need them to be. But, like, Sky Coach is just good. There's a bunch of draw spells that are just good to have, like Quick Study. Procrastinate's good. It's just... Procrastinate's just fuck that thing in particular. Like, this is... I guess this is Blue's version of removal, right? Because this is just your creature can't play for, like, however many turns. Again, for 1 mana, it's 2 turns. For 2 mana, it's 2 turns. For 3 mana, it's 4 turns. For 4 mana, it's 6 turns. Like, if you're stunning something for 6 turns, your opponent might as well put it in their graveyard. Right? Unless you're going really long, you're planning on winning in 6 turns. Should be. Yeah, there's some real shitters like the Wisdom of Ages and that other X spell that was all the way back here. Return X target instant or sorcery card from the graveyard to your hand. Exile. This is a fucking shit card as well. And I also don't like a lot of the counter spells. But like, there's just so many things in blue that I'm just there like, it's just not great. So I think blue has some ideas, but I don't think I'd be interested in any of them. Realistic. Maybe if I got the mill guy, I'd try to be some asshole and just play a bunch of cheap shit and mill you as hard as possible, as quickly as possible. But then I'd just lose if I didn't draw that card early, so... Alright, on to black. So, black's is combined... So, white is combined with white-black, so there's some black in there, and white-red, which is the reanimation spirit ether. Blue is blue-green and blue-red. And black has black-green and black-white. So let's see how black's doing. Starting with Adventurous Eater, a 3-mana 3/2 that comes in prepared, and for 1 mana puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and you gain a life. This is good. 3 mana 3/2 is just good, and then for 1 mana put a +1/+1 counter on something and gain a life. Yeah, I like that in limited. That's a good card. Arcane Omens. 5 mana, converge. Target player discards X card, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast their spell. Nope. Again, the converge mechanic doesn't really do it for me. In limited, this is going to be at most 3. 5 mana makes someone discard 3 cards is like... Unless it's the last 3 cards in their hand and they're all bombs that they just can't afford to play, is very uninspiring. And like, if you're playing a 2-color deck, it's just useless. If you're playing a 5-color deck, 5 mana, discard 5 cards is like bone crushing. But the chance that you're doing that is like very, very low. And by turn 5, again, your opponent's going to only have like 3 or 4 cards in hand at most, unless they're like playing a bunch of blue draw spells. They're like, I don't really care for this converge mechanic. Arian Deathbloom Botanist. Okay. 3 mana for a 2/2 with Death Touch. Sure. Whenever a creature you control with power or toughness 1 or less dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life? How many 1 or less stuff can we get? How many, can they still make pests? Is pests still the Witherbloom mechanic? Because if you can just flood the field with pests, this creature has to be removed. Like, your opponent has to use removal on this. Could you play this and you have like 3 pests up that could just the solo block stuff when your opponent throws stuff at you? Your opponent's just getting fucking slaughtered. Right? This has to be. This is terrifying if they have a lot of ways to make pests. Burrow Banemaker, a 1/1 with Death Touch that can make itself bigger. But you don't care because it's a 1/1 with Death Touch and you have a Deathbloom Botanist. So you're just killing their creature and they're losing 2 and you're gaining 2. Fuck, that's gross. Okay, sure. Cheerful Ostromancer, a 4 mana 4/2, comes in prepared, and it has raised dead. Oh, it's return time. Sorry, it's not raised. It's not the proper, not Zombify or whatever. Just raised dead. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Still good. To be fair, Reanimate still good in limited because it gives you your best creature back. So this is still fine. This is I mean, a bit expensive at 4 mana for a 4/2, but if your opponent has a 4 mana 4/4 and you play a 4 mana 4/2, you still trade. Preferably after you've used Raise Dead so you can bring something back, but you still trade. Cast of Brilliance is 3 mana. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life, but a +1/+1 counter up to 1 target creature. So this is just better. Whatever the draw 2. I guess no. Usually for black, it's like 2 mana for draw 2, lose 2. So this is slightly more expensive. So you're paying 1 for a +1/+1 counter, but I don't mind that at all. This is maybe the first like draw spell I'd actually be happy playing in black because it does something on the board as well. Okay, so what is 5 mana, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life, and then you get it every turn. This is not good in limited. Not unless you're planning on using the lose 2 life to go over the top and burn your opponent out, but that's very unlikely. Or there's a bunch of ways for you to heal, which we did see one earlier, so maybe. But this is gonna ramp up. This is gonna kill you fast. This in Commander is just fucking bananas, right? 5 mana, I draw 2 cards a turn every turn and lose 2, but I have 40 health. This is another, like, terrifying Commander card. I think in Limited, this probably kills you more than... This probably kills you faster, unless you've got an absolute fucking bomb that just wins you the game. This kills you fast. So, I don't know. Draw 2 every turn. The first turn you play this, it sucks. I think from then on, it's good, but it kills you very quickly unless you have ways to heal. Dissection Practice. 1 mana, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1. 1 target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. 1 target creature gets -1 mana. Yeah, I like this. This is a good little instant. Drain your opponent for 1, win a combat somewhere, get rid of their small thing. Or just guaranteed win a combat because yours gets +1, theirs gets -1. Yeah, this is good. It's really good, actually. Emeritus of Woe. They get Demonic Tutor. That's the black card they get. How much do I give a shit about Demonic Tutor? I mean, again, in like Standard or Commander, this is probably terrifying. But in Limited, unless they have like a huge bomb, and like if they've got a mythic rare Emeritus of Woe and also a second massive mythic rare or rare bomb that they search up for Demonic Tutor, fucking congrats, bro. You won the lottery. Go get a fucking... Go buy yourself a lottery ticket. Like, fuck off. Right? Right? Like... This is probably scary for, like, getting removal. That's it. But it's a 4-mana 5/4 that comes in prepared, so you can Demonic Tutor immediately. And at the beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures died, it becomes prepared again, so you can keep spamming Demonic Tutor. Again, this strikes me as Commander. But it is probably still half decent in Limited. It's a 4-mana 5/4, which is already something, and then you can get, like... Because again, like, don't imagine, you're like... When you see other mythic rare black cards or in other colors, like black-green or black-white, don't just be like, oh yeah, I'll just use... That's why I'm running the Emeritus of Woe. That's why Emeritus of Woe is good, because it can get all my other rares and mythics. If you get Emeritus of Woe and then a bunch of really good rares and mythics that also fit the colors with Emeritus of Woe, you're winning that game. It doesn't matter. Realistically. Right? This is... So you're probably doing this to like search up removal and stuff when you need it and things like that. Still good though. I'd still be very upset if my opponent played this against me and I couldn't remove it and they got a Demonic Tutor off. I'm saying I cannot expect my opponent to go, you know, Emeritus of Woe, Demonic Tutor, next turn, you know, 6-7 mana giant green game-winning bomb, right? Because or like one of the dragons, like the Witherbloom himself or something. Like if that happens, I'm just gonna get up and be like, yeah, no, you got the best pack out of every pack that was handed out. Cool, thanks. Right, like, sure. End of the Hunt. 2 mana, target opponent exiles a creature or planeswalker they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planes. That's a good card. Because it's, you know, it targets them, so protection doesn't work, and it hits the greatest value. So you can guarantee it on whatever their scariest thing is. Great removal. Eternal Student. 4 mana, 4/2. Exile this card with 2 mana. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create 2 1/1 white and black ink creature tokens with flying. Good card. Like, again, it's a slightly overpriced at 4 mana, 4/2, but it probably trades with something or does a bunch of damage and then comes back with more flyers. Yeah, this is... Or comes back as 2 flyers. Yeah, this is... card. Foolish Fate. 3 mana, destroy something. Sure. You gain life this turn, that creature's controller loses 3. Sure. This is better murder, I guess. Again, it's removal. You take this at every opportunity. Forum Necroscribe. A 6 mana 5/4 with ward, discard a card. Sure. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Probably really good in the what was it? The Silver Quill all removal and self buff deck. Yeah. Probably just really good in that. I think by itself it's overpriced. Like it's a 6 mana 5/4. But it's annoying to remove, and it is removal bait, because if your opponent gives you a turn with this on the field, and you play 2 or 3 cards that target creatures, you have an instant field again, right? So I think this is actually probably pretty good, depending on, you know, how many instant sorceries you can get into a deck. Grave Researcher. There's Reanimate. 3 mana for a 3/3. At the beginning of upkeep, Surveil 1. 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard. This creature becomes prepared. And you can reanimate for 1. Sure. In Limited, you are going to die to reanimate eventually. But also, if you do already have 3 creature cards in your graveyard when this is out, and one of them is decent, you just keep reanimate. You just reanimate that one, and then if they kill it or they kill another creature, you can just reanimate again. Like, you will eventually die, but you probably kill your opponent first, right? This is the card I was worried about. Reanimate, stapled to a dude. You do have to play this guy, and then wait a full rotation, and then surveil 1 and have 3 creature cards in your graveyard before you can do it. And you can only do it once a turn. But that's probably all you need for like reanimating some stupidly huge bomb, right? Last Grasp. 2 mana, type creature gets -3/-3. Sure, removal. Lecturing Scorn Maid. A 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +++ counter on this creature. Again, it grows. It's 1 mana. This is exactly what you want in that Silver Quill. Everything gets bigger when I play an instant or sorcery deck, which can be full of just fucking removal, right? You could just play white-black removal and just have like 10 creatures that grow whenever you play removal, and it's gonna be good. Weirdly. Leech Collector, 2 mana, 2/2. Sure. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, it becomes prepared, and for 1 mana, each opponent loses. Sure. This is fine. It's a 2 mana, 2/2. Totally fine. If you are gaining life, you could just vamp your opponent. Or not vamp, but just keep pinging your opponent, which will eventually kill them. You'll get there. It'll take time, but you'll get there. Masterful Flourish, a 1 mana for target creature you control gets +1/+1, gains indestructible until end of turn. Sure, this is a fine trick. Doesn't give Death Touch or anything, so you don't guaranteed kill whatever you're fighting, but indestructible's good, so sure. Because you could just play this to keep something alive when someone tries to destroy it, right? Melancholy Poet, 2 mana for a 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Again, this is good as well in that deck. I like this. All of your removal pink drains your opponent, or all of your buffs drain your opponent. This Silver Quill deck's looking scary, dude. Mosi Bane's New Dean? What the fuck is this thing? Okay, a 3 mana 2/1 with flying. When he enters, you create a 1/1 pest. Whenever it attacks, gain a life. Okay, so not when it dies, when it attacks. Fine. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you get. So this whatever, the Witherbloom gain life deck looks interesting. So the two that we've seen that I think have look interesting are Silver Quill. Whenever I play a spell, everything fucking happens. Whenever I play a spell that targets something. And the gain life. Because there's been some cool... There's been like... so we've got the Dean. We've got the Leech Collector. We've got... Foolish Fate. This Dissection Practice you can do whenever. Where was the other one? Oh, and the Death Bloom, right? This also, and the Adventurous Eater, actually. So, like, there's a good collection of stuff that just is going to gain you life and drain your opponent, right? So, you could kill people fast with this. Because you're probably only going to get like 1 to 3 life back with this. But everything we've seen, he costs. So the Dean costs 3. He can't get himself, but the Leech Collector costs 2. The Bane Maker costs 2, the Botanist costs 3, the Eater costs 3. So you can get all of them back if all you do is attack with a pest and it dies with the Botanist on the field, right? I mean, that's okay. That's not terrible. This guy looks cool though. If I like drew this guy in my pre-release, I don't think I'm going to a pre-release, but if I drew this guy in a pre-release pack or a draft, I would probably try and make it. Poisoner's Apprentice, a 3-mana 2/2. When this creature enters, target creature opponent control gets -4/-4 until end of turn if you gained life. That's good removal staple to a guy. Like, if you're in the life gain deck and you have a way to trigger it, this is great. And it's when pests attack now. So you could just attack with a single pest, gain 1 life, just play this guy. Yeah, good. Post-Mortem Professor, a 2-mana 2/2 that can't block. And when it attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay. 2 mana, exile an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's why, because you can return it, but you can't block with it. Okay. This is good as well. Right? This is just another card in the machine of I gain life, you lose life. You're like there's a world here where your opponent's losing like 3 or 4 life a turn when you attack, and you're gaining that. That's just rough. Pox Plague. Fucking Penta Black? What does this do? Oh, each player loses half their life, then discards half the cards in their hand, sacrifices half the permanents they control of their choice, rounded down each time. Okay, this is funny, but this is probably not good. Right? This again, this is like, I play this in Commander, the table fucking hates me. This is just rude. I don't think this is good in Commander Limited. I don't know where you play this, but this is just rude. Pull from the Grave. 3 mana, return 2 target creature cards from the graveyard to your hand, gain 2 life. In the life gain deck, maybe just good enough. I think anything else is fine with black in it, because you can reanimate your 2 best creature cards. But I think in the life gain deck, this is just 3 mana, gain 2 life, trigger all your life gain stuff. Like, desperate times if you've got no creatures, trigger all your life gain. Rabid Attack. 2 mana, instant. Till the end of turn, any number of creatures you control, each get +1/+0 and gain when this creature dies, draw a card. Oh yeah, that's a great card. I love that. All your pests go in fucking ham and you just get to draw cards off all of them dying. Fucking yes, please. I'd probably run 1 of these. I don't think you run more than 1, but you definitely run 1 of these, probably, if you're doing, like, pests and stuff like that. Ral is back? Ral Zarak Guest Lecturer. Wasn't Ral blue-red? What the fuck happened? Why is he black now? Sure, whatever. He's Silver Quill, I guess. 3 mana for a 3/3. 3 mana for a 3 loyalty commander. His +1 is Surveil 2. Sure, that's kind of whatever. -1, any number of target players each discard a card. Again, kind of whatever. -2, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. I guess protects himself, but puts him down to a 1 loyalty. And the ult is flip 5 coins. Target opponent skips their next X turns, or X is the number of coins that came. So his ultimate is just rude. I mean, it's a Planeswalker. If you're in Limited and see a Planeswalker, guess what? You've got a Planeswalker. You're probably playing it. But this is just rude, right? Like, his ultimate is just, fuck you. Like, what the likelihood is at least 2, maybe 3. So your opponent skips 2 turns? This is rude. Like, imagine you play up against this guy and you can't kill his Ral and he -7s and gets 3 heads and he just goes, cool, I just take my next 3 turns. You just sit there fucking salty as fuck while he just takes 3 turns. Right? Like, that's rude. It's not even good, it's just offensive. Imagine this in a Commander game as well. You flip it, come up 5 heads, one person has to miss 5 turns. They're just they after that they're just either getting up from the table and leaving, or they're just killing you. Right? Like, there is no in between. They're either just gonna leave the table because they can't be fucked, or the moment they get their turn back, they just drop everything, turn it all sideways, kill you in particular. I don't care what the other 2 are doing. I don't even care about winning. You die, then the rest of it happens. Right? Like, this is just pure, just... Yeah, just being a dick. Like, this is Raul being an asshole. Right? It's not even good. It's just, you just be a dick. Yeah, I don't think he's great. I mean, you play him +1 to Surveil 2. Sure, kind of whatever. The discard for -1, I don't think you ever play unless your opponent has exactly 1 card left, and then you pray it's something good, not just a land. The return type creature is just, you know, if you need something to block for him. And then the ultimate is just rude and funny, but, you know, you're probably not getting there. Scathing Shadelock. 5 mana for a 4/6. At the beginning of your first main phase, it becomes prepared. And for 1 mana, type creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains Death Touch. So it's a 5 mana 6/6 with Death Touch, pretty much. Okay, sure. That's a big old guy. And even if it's not big enough itself to start attack, whatever you give the +2/+0 and Death Touch to, your opponent doesn't want to block. Give it to a pest. The 3/1 pest that gains me a life, but it has Death Touch, so now you can't put anything in front of it. This is just good. And it happens every turn. Gross. Scheming. Oh, there's Sign in Blood. That's usually what black pays for draw 2, lose 2. You get Sign in Blood on top of every... There's like 3 different Sign in Bloods in this set. One of them happens every turn. 2 mana for a 1/3 flying lifelink. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you gain 2 or more life, it becomes prepared, and then you Sign in Blood. Okay, so it's essentially, if you can pay... If you healed enough to pay for the Sign in Blood, you can Sign in Blood. That's probably really good. It's a 2 mana 1/3 flyer. That has lifelink, so it's going to heal you. All you need is an extra way to gain a life a turn. Or if you have the 3 mana guy that has +1, gain a life, but +1/+1 counter, this becomes a 2/4 flying lifelink. Like, this is just going to be, you gain you get essentially a 2 mana Sign in Blood that does no damage to you every turn because you're healing for the 2. So this is, yeah, I like this card. This is really good. Send in the Pest. 2 mana, each opponent discards a card. You create a 1/1 black-green pest with whenever it attacks, gain a life. Love it. If you're playing the gain life deck, do it. Fucking make pests. Even in Silver Quill, there's people that like, there's stuff that likes tokens, right? So just do it. Make them discard a card, make a pest. Searing Shade Writer. A 5 mana 3/3 flyer. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I mean, pricey, but it is a flyer, so... Also, this is Silver Quill. Why is this guy doing the whole game, the whole lose life, gain life mechanic? Isn't this Witherbloom's thing? I don't know. But sure. I'd maybe run it just because it's a flyer and it gains me life if I was doing the life gain thing. I don't know if if I had nothing else, I'd run it in Silver Quill, but... I'd run this in the life gain deck, because why not, right? Tragedy Feast. A 4 mana 7/6. Yeah, okay. With trample and ward, discard a card. Sure. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a permanent unless you gain life this turn. So, either you have to be attacking with pests, have one of your other... Like, this is good. It has to be good. I feel like the old version of this was good. So, in the old StrixHaven, they had a 7/6 demon that cost, like, 4. and you had to sacrifice a permanent every turn, and you were just sacrificing. It was good then. It's good. It's even better now because you don't have to. Yeah, it's still going to be cool. Like, the only way this card is bad if you play it naked on a board. But if you're playing this naked on a board with nothing else on it on your side, you're probably lost, right? You're probably so far behind it doesn't matter. Ulna Alley Shopkeeper, a 3-mana 2/3 with Menace, and this creature gets +2/+0 as long as you gain life this turn. Sure, it's a 4/3 beater, I guess. The most unexciting card we've seen in black, but like, sure. Wander Off, 4-mana exile. Take it every time, removal. Withering Curse. 3-mana sorcery, all creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. If you gained life this turn, destroy all creatures instead. The board wipe, you take it, right? If you're the one in charge of the board wipe, you always take the board wipe. Yeah, you always take it. You always take it because it's a board wipe. Sure. Oh, we're done! That's the last one. Okay, what do I think of black? I think black's doing pretty well for itself this time, right? Like, Silver Quill already looked scary, and there's just extra Silver Quill to go with your Silver Quill in this one. Well, actually, there's not that much. There's this guy who's good, because he's just going to ping your opponent over the top and drain you. Oh, yeah, no, the Lecturing Scorn Mage was good as well, because this grows from turn 1. Turn 2, probably, but, you know. There's a bunch of just removal stuff that the deck's going to want. Oh, and this Necro Scratch. Yeah. There's a bunch of good stuff. Silver Quill and Witherbloom looking fucking terrifying, right? Yeah. I really like this Dissection Practice card as well. For 1 mana, it does so many things. It triggers so many things. Because your opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Triggers all your healing effects. 1 target creature gets +1/+1, triggers all of your Silver Quill, I target a creature. And 1 target opponent creature gets smaller. It's just, I'd pay a mana for, like, getting -2/-2 or whatever. Like, Stab. This is essentially, your opponent's creature gets -2/-2 because they get -1/-1, you get +1/+1. So this is, like, Stab, but better, and you gain, like, it triggers everything. This is a great little card. Like, I would be running 2-3 copies of this quite happily. It is an uncommon, so that maybe I don't get that many, but I would play a bunch of copies of that little card. Alright, that's it. I think out of the 3, honestly, again, we've seen all of the Silver Quill now, because we've seen black and white. Silver Quill looks the most intimidating, but that's just because we've seen all of it. Right? So let me quickly drop this. Oh. Oh no. Oh no! Okay. Holy shit, I must have been pressing buttons. There you go. That should be the first red card. Okay, we're both on the first red card. Cool. We're fine. I know it's talking about chat up there and being annoying, but we're fine. We are on to the first red card, because this was 105, and this is 106. Cool. I am going to take another little break. I'm probably going to go... Nah, let's do red first. I think I'm fine. Alright. Red. So this is combined with white for Lorehold and combined with blue for... I cannot remember what the blue red people are, but those guys. So we'll see. Ancestral Anger. Is this a reprint? I feel like this is a reprint. Target creature gets trample and gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of Cast named Astral Anger in your graveyard, draw a card. This is fine. It replaces itself. It's not the most exciting thing, and in Limited, you're not going to have more than maybe like 2 or 3 of these. But, sure. Archaic's Agony. Okay, 5 mana for Archaic's Agony deals X damage to target creature, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. Exile cards from the top of your library equal to the excess damage dealt. You may play those cards. Nah, this is bad. Again, this is probably at most going to be 3. So, I just don't like it. 5 mana for 3 damage to something, and then if there's any excess, you get cards off the top. Not good enough. I don't like it. I don't think it's very good. If you have like no other removal at all, maybe. But if you have any removal, it's better than this. Artistic Process is 5 mana. So these are where your big spells are coming in for all the blue rogue guys or cast spells bigger than 5. Choose 1. Deal 6 damage to target creature. Deal 2 damage to each creature you don't control. Create a 3/3 elemental. It gains haste until end of turn. I mean, 5 mana is a lot of mana for 6 damage. But, I mean... Oh. So this is very versatile, right? If your opponent has one big thing, you blow it up. If your opponent has lots of little things, you clear the board. If your opponent has nothing and you have nothing, you just hit them for 3. But I think 5 mana is a bit pricey for each of those effects, and you only get one of them. You can't like multi-effect, so... But again, if you've got no other removal, this is removal or a guy. Blazing Fire Singer. 3 mana, he enters prepared, and he gets Seething Song, which gives 5 mana. Sure. I mean, you play this turn 3, turn 4, you trigger Seething Song, and you get a 5 red mana turn. Maybe that's great. I don't know. It very much depends on, like, what 5 mana thing you play, I guess. So, I don't know. Sure. I mean, it's a 3 mana 2/3. It's fine. Charging Strife Knight. 3 mana 3/3 with haste. Discard a card, draw a card. Like it. 3 mana 3/3, and you just get to immediately beat people up. Sure. And it's a spirit, and the Lorehold people like spirits, so... Choreographed Sparks. 2 mana, this spell can't be copied. Okay, so it's doing copying of its own. Yep, copy, choose one or both. Copy target instant or sorcery spell, you may choose new targets for the copy. Copy target creature spell you control, the copy gains haste at the beginning of your next end step, sacrifice this token. That's good for 2. Right? Again, I don't know how good this is in Limited. But for 2 mana, copy an instant or sorcery, any instant or sorcery, and any creature you control, and it becomes an attacker. You'd probably kill someone with this. Yeah, I don't hate it. I'm sure there's like ways to make this completely busted. But I think in Limited, it's just very likely to kill someone, right? Because even just this, play 1 mana, then you play 2 more. So a creature gets +1/+0 and trample, and then it copies it and goes again, which gives it another. Or it gets +3/+0, and you draw 2 cards, and you make an extra copy of the creature. Hey Marizzi, how you doing? Thank you very much. Welcome everybody. How we doing? And Kevin as well. Jesus. Hello everybody. What were you up to today? Do you have a busy day? I was not ready for the double raid. Hello Raiders, how are we doing? What were you up to today? as you can see, we're just looking through magic cards. But Slay the Spire 2. Kevin is so fucking slow. Oh, I should have tried to set something up for Slay the Spire 2. I do need to see if we can sort that out. I would like to play that multiplayer. And a useless goddamn teammate. Oh no. Have you got anything to say for yourself there, Kevin, or are you just accepting this? It was her, I swear. Okay. I haven't seen it. I should maybe come and watch you guys play. But I obviously had plans today for StrixHaven stuff. I was planning on inviting you to a 4-stack because it sounds fun. Oh yeah, I would absolutely play a Slay the Spire 2 multiplayer day. 100% I'd be down for that. You shout whenever you need me. I'll see if I can I'll clear a day for it and we'll do it. It'll be great. But was it just the two of you? And did you manage to do it? Seems it will be a Friday, just the two of us. Okay, it was the two of us. All right, fair enough. Yeah, like you give me a shout on whatever Friday, and I will be there. This will be more planned. We won once, lost once. Wait, how many? You only did 2 runs? How many? All right, before I say anything about that, how many hours were you playing? The first game was so fucking slow. Kevin took so long. Slow shit. Oh no. Oh no. It was Kevin spectating simulator. Oh no. Look, you need to do the math. Alright? Alright, Murray, you need to do the math. You need to work it out and do the math. I can understand needing to be slow. There are certain times in certain games where you gotta take your time. I don't care about the math. We lost because I didn't math though, which is even funnier. No! I care about playing my entire hand and just sending it. What were you play? Are you playing Silent or something? Someone who has a lot of cheap cards. I mean, actually, Silent doesn't have that many cheap cards. Who has cheap cards? Murray is rogue archetype. Oh yeah, it's either Silent or the defect, right? I was playing Silent on the last run. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Silent and defect get to just play a lot of cards. The robot has the cheapest card generally. Yeah, the defect. He's a lot of zero cost stuff because he's got a whole zero cost archetype, but I haven't tried that yet. I'm trying to think, who would I play if we had an option? Honestly, I probably wouldn't play the Silent. I do like the Silent, but I wouldn't play her. My favorite class is the Necrobinder. Ah, mine as well, to be fair. I like the hand. The hand is so good. Regent plays loads of cards. Yeah, but he's limited by stars, usually. It's just trading one resource for another, I guess, but... I love Doom. Doom is a great mechanic. Have you seen... I did a Doom run the last time I played. Have you seen how things like squidge and then melt? They all get real flat. And then they, like, melt away. It's so funny. Oh, I'm glad you guys had a good day. I am. I am very glad you guys had a good day. And again, if you need to, take a break and go get something to drink and something to eat after a stream day, obviously, I will talk to you. But I'm glad you guys had a good day. Slay the Spire 2 is fantastic. I still haven't played it multiplayer. I really do need to play it multiplayer at some point. We're obviously going for 3 more runs. Okay. Yeah, you just dropping people off here for a minute, and then you're gonna get straight back to it. You just don't want people to watch the watch anymore. Oh, but no, I'm glad you guys were. I'm glad you guys were having. Murray, I might have to harass you about it. To be fair. Of course, of course. Yeah, I might send you some messages over the next couple of days, being like, so when we doing it? When we doing multiplayer? Come on, I want to go because I still haven't done it yet. I've seen people doing it, and it just looks cool. I definitely need to do it. In my defense, I made a group chat. Did I just miss it? I'll definitely have to. I'm in the middle of magic stuff at the moment. Oh, is that? Did I just get invited? Is that why I suddenly have lots of messages? Oh, you just made. I was gonna say, my Discord icon went from nothing to 5 instantly. It's empty as shit, and we got to find a 4th. I did have someone come in while I was playing and ask about doing a multiplayer. So I guess I at least have a viewer who would play. But it would be good if we could find someone else who'd be willing to stream it, and we do it as all 4 people. That would be the best. But I don't know. Maybe shout out to the group and see if anyone else is playing it as well, because they might be. I don't know. But I probably should get back to magic related things, because we are about halfway through. Well, no, we're at C, so probably not. We're a few cards into red, and then I've got all of green, all of multicolored, all of artifacts, and all of lands to do. So I'm still going to be here for another couple of hours. But don't worry, have fun. Sorry for derailing. No. I am happy to chat with raiders and with people when you come in. It's always great to see you. Both you and Kevin. It's always good to see you guys and, see how you were doing and how your stream went. And I'm glad you had a good time, but I will go back to the magic discussion for now. But yes, we will. I love my Discord's just gone up to +9. I will definitely be I will definitely join you for a multiplayer Slay the Spire run. Absolutely. It will be hilarious. Don't worry, Murray, I will be right there with you. I will vomit my hand and then I'll be like, we're done. You're reviewing the new set? Yeah, this is Secrets of StrixHaven. This comes out it pre-releases next Friday, if I remember correctly. Or is it pre-releasing today? When's the Secret of... Give me a second, let me check. For God's sake, I haven't got it. Releases globally on April. So the pre-releases are today. So currently at some point in the afternoon, I mean in Europe and the UK, it's now because it's usually between sort of 5 and 7 that games start. So in the UK and all that sort of stuff, people will be playing their pre-releases now. In the US, we've still got another 4.5 hours, 5 hours before pre-releases start. So that's why I'm going through it. But yeah, the pre-release is today. Or pre-releases start today. Today and tomorrow. Today, tomorrow, and Sunday, usually. But, yeah, Mari, I'm exactly the same. I just drag my spells onto the enemy. I might take, 2 seconds to think about whether I need armor or whether I just want to kill them. And then I'll just start throwing shit at them. So don't worry. Me and you will do our whatever we're going to do in 2 seconds. And then we can just chat. Sit back, relax, chat while Kevin's doing the maths. Right. Anyway, choreograph sparks. I think we've talked about that enough. Next card, Dual Tactics. 1 mana, a 1 mana sorcery that deals 1 damage to target creature and then it can't block, and it has flashback for 2. Sure, I guess. Like, fine. One mana for one. I mean, you want to play like Shock for 1 mana for 2 damage at instant speed. This is kind of a nothing. But you're probably only doing this so that things can't block. But we haven't seen any big attackers yet, have we? Oh, I mean, there's been a 3/3. Yeah, there's been a 3/3. I can guarantee my 3/3 gets through. Yeah, I don't know about this. Maybe you just cantrip this. Maybe you're just using this as like a 1 mana cantrip to trigger all of your like target things or cast a spell. But yeah, it doesn't draw, so it's just kind of meh. Emeritus of Conflict. Okay, it's a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike. They get Lightning Bolt. Okay, so this one's really good. Sort of. Because a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike, great. And and Lightning Bolt, great. Because you can just bolt creatures out of the way, you can bolt your enemy in the face. But you have to play 3 spells a turn. Like, if you have this, you have to build your deck around it, essentially. You have to be cheap guys, cheap spells, aggro as fuck, and I'm going to finish you off by burning you out with Lightning Bolt, right? Does the lightning bolt counts, right? Because you're casting it. So if you play 3 spells in a turn, creatures count as spells, so creatures still count. It's not instants or sorceries. Standard or commander, it seems really good for commander. I am generally thinking about limited. We have been talking about commander for some of the cards, but I'm generally thinking about limited. And the issue is in limited, I don't know how much you can keep up 3 spells a turn. There have been some cantrippy cards, like this, play 1, draw a card, and then you could dual tactics, and then dual tactics flashback, and that's 3 spells, and then you get Lightning Bolt. And once you've got Lightning Bolt, the Lightning Bolt counts. Right? So, if on the following turn, bolt your enemy, play a creature, play a buff, Lightning Bolt you re-prepares itself, bolt. Essentially, as long as you can play 2 things a turn and have the bolt ready, you're playing 3 things a turn. So, can you, how long in limited, in red and whatever color you're doing, can you realistically maintain bolt 2 cards, bolt 2 cards? And I think I think most likely you can do it for like 3 turns, and you'd have to draw cards for it. This is weirdly probably better in red-blue, right? Because blue's going to give you access to more draw stuff. But then white's going to have cheaper things. No, blue had some cheap stuff as well. Blue had like 3 or 4 different 1-cost creatures. I think it's good. I like Lightning Bolt. Sue me. I like bolting people in the face. So I think this card is good. It's red, though. It seems very red and kills most things with 3 damage early. It's good on its own. Doesn't come in prepared. This is the problem. So, if you play this on turn 2, it's a 2 mana 2/2 with first strike. You can't cast the bolt until you cast 3 spells in a turn. So you have to cast 3 spells in a single turn just to get the bolt active. Then it's bolt and 2 spells. But casting 3 spells in 1 turn in limited, you have to either be really aggro or very, very like set on having cheap cantrips that are gonna cantrip you into more cheap stuff that you can keep doing, right? It is very red. It is a 2/2 first strike here with lightning bolt. It is very red. But because it doesn't come in prepared like the other cards do, like some other cards do, you actually have to put some effort into preparing it, which is why I'm like, how good is it actually in limited? Because you have to be playing a lot of things to prepare it. And again, if you're like full aggro, and you're like all of your creatures cost 1, 2, or 3, all of your spells cost 1, 2, or 3, and you just have this down, you can probably go for it, right? But how realistic is that in a limited format? And it's spells, though. Any creatures withdraw. There's a few, but they're generally more expensive. Like, again, I think you probably still take this card if you're in red, because it's a 2/2 with first strike for 2, right? You're just going to be attacking with this thing and be fine. But I think you have to... Because so Choreograph Sparks copies a spell but doesn't cast the copy. It just copies it and it's being played or whatever. You can't even use something like that. Like, there's definitely ways to make this work, but I feel like it's a bit of effort to get it prepared, which is the problem. Expressive Fire Dancer. A 2-mana 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gains +1/+1. And if it costs 5 or more, it gains double strike. Meh. Again, this is another sort of sure, whatever. +1/+1 until end of turn is meh. Double strike scary, but it becomes a 3/3 with double strike if you cast a 5-mana thing. I mean, I suppose if you're doing stuff like Artistic Process and all of your 5-mana spells just wipe your opponent's board or blow up their biggest thing, and then you just get like a 3/3 double striker. Okay. I don't know how excited I'd be, but it's fine. It's a 2-mana 2/2, it's fine. Flashback! 1-mana instant. Target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback, equal to its mana cost. Sure. This is another good way to make the Emeritus of Conflict work, right? Flashback, make something in your graveyard that's really cheap. Have flashback, play that, and then all you need is one more thing. Lightning Bolt's online. But again, this is a rare, and this is a mythic rare, so this is Magical Christmas Land, because the chance you get both of these and other spells and like other cheap stuff is just kind of unrealistic, but I like Magical Christmas Land, it's fun. Garrison Excavator, a 3-mana 3/4 with Menace. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2. Sure. This is good with Lore Hold if you're doing exiling cards from graveyards, or bringing creatures back from graveyards, or anything that involves graveyards, really. You get all of those things. You get an extra 2/2. Sure. This is good in limited because you get extra dudes with your spells. Goblin Glasswright. So a 2-mana 2/2 comes in prepared, and for 1 mana you can make a treasure for later. Sure. I don't hate this. 2-mana 2/2, perfectly fine on stats. You just make a treasure, leave that for later, and then when you want to play your big 5-cost spell, you can play it a turn earlier or whatever, so you can trigger everything a little bit earlier. Or if you have like a big X spell or one of those big the spells that keep continuously going off, like you have a treasure to go towards that. Yeah, I think this is good. Like, again, just because it's a 2-mana 2/2, it's just fine to have play on turn 2. And I like the prepared spell. Heated Argument. 5 mana, deals 6 damage to a creature. You may exile a card from your hand. If you do, it deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. I mean, it is removal, but it's 5 mana for 6 damage. I guess the other one we saw was 5 mana for 6 damage, but like, oof. pricey. It's so crazy to me that white gets Swords to Plowshares and Better Path of Exile, and red's fucking struggling with this. Right? White's just like, oh, I have 2 of the best removal spells ever printed in my StrixHaven set release, and red is like, yeah, I have to pay 5 mana for 6 damage. I mean, they do get Lightning Bolt, but like, you have to put a lot of effort into getting that Lightning Bolt online. Impractical Joke. 1 mana. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Impractical Joke deals 3 damage to 1 target creature or planeswalker. This is better. This is good. This is good 1 mana card. 3 damage can't be prevented to target creature or planeswalker. Yes. It is sorcery speed, which is meh. But this is good. This we like. We run as many of these as we can fit in our red deck. Oh, this is their paradigm. Okay. Okay. 7 mana. There's Improvised Capstone for 7 mana. Exile cards from the top of your library until you exile cards with total mana value 4 or greater. You may cast any number of spells from among them without paying their mana cost. Is this good? Yeah, probably, right? Probably. Like, if you can get to the point where you cast this for 7 mana, it is 7 mana, exile cards until I hit 4 or until I get mana value 4 or greater, play them all, and from then on, every turn I do it again. Your opponent probably just gets up and leaves. Unless they have literally got the kill, your opponent just probably leaves because you're going to be just playing too much stuff every turn. Because this is every turn, right? Paradigm, exile this spell after you first resolve a spell with this name. So the first time you play it, you exile it. And then you may cast a copy of it from exile without paying its mana cost at the beginning of each of your first main phases. So every turn, you play this at the beginning of your first main phase. And it does say you cast the spells. So you do still get, and it's 4 or greater. So if you say flip 1 mana spell, flip 2 1 mana spell, flip 3 1 mana spell, that's 3 mana. If you flip the 4th one and it's a 10 mana spell, that's still cards with mana value 4 or greater, right? You can still get all of them. Right? Because it goes until it hits 4 or greater. So even if you do like 3 1 mana spells that do nothing, and then a 10 mana spell that wins you the game, you do get all of them. Every turn. So again, yeah, this does mill you real fucking quick. And you essentially never get lands again. But, I mean, if this goes off twice and you're not winning the game, like, come on, man. Right? Like, if this goes off the first time, okay, you're paying 7, you're getting 4, whatever. The next turn, it happens again, you get another 4, and you get your full turn because it costs no mana. You're ahead. The turn after that, it goes off a 3rd time. If you're not winning that turn, 7 mana, what do you need more for? True. Very true. Yeah, by the 3rd time this goes off, you're winning the game, right? Theoretically. Even in limited. Yeah. Yeah, all of these paradigm cards are just gross. Living History. 2 mana for an enchantment. When it enters, create a 2/2. Sure. Whenever you attack, if a card left your graveyard, attacking creature gets +2/+0. Sure. I mean, it's a 2-mana 2/2. Totally fine with that. And there's upside if you're doing the Law Hold thing. Which, if you're playing Law Hold, is there even a way to counter this except Counterspell? This? No. All of the Paradigm cards are this. So the white Paradigm we looked at is return any card from your graveyard to the battlefield every turn. The blue one was make a copy of a creature every turn. And a creature you control. And the black one was draw 2 cards, lose 2 life every turn. The black one is the weakest we've seen so far because you will eventually die to that. But you do have a million cards in hand, so you can probably die happy. But yeah, and they go off every single turn. So these Paradigm cards are essentially, if you see this in your limited pool and you get to play it, you just win. Because they just go off every turn. They're all 6. I think the black one's 5. The blue one was 6. The white one was 7, and this one's 7. If you get to that much mana and they go off and they just keep going off, you just win the game. And the only way to stop them, you are correct, is with a counterspell. Because Paradigm is part of the spell's resolution. Because if you read from the top down and then exile this spell after you first resolve. So if you stop it resolving with a counterspell, none of it happens. But that's it. It'll just keep. If you don't do that, it's just going to keep going, which is just going to win you the game. Yeah, gross. Living History. It's a 2/2 that comes with upside. So sure. Maelstrom Artisan. A 3-mana 3/2 with haste that is prepared and has for 2 mana destroy target non-basic land. I think you play this as a 3-mana 3/2 with haste because most people are going to be playing basics in their limited deck. But it is very funny if they play like a dual land or something, and because there are dual lands in this set, right? Not like the basic dual lands. There are like special nice dual lands, right? I don't know which ones there are, but I think there's a set of like good dual lands, like shock lands or something. I don't think there are shocks. Maybe they are. I don't remember. We'll be looking at the lands later, so it doesn't really matter. But if there's any non-basic land, you just blow it up for 2 and your opponent is immediately depressed. Because they don't even get anything, right? This isn't like destroy target land, your opponent searches for a basic or anything. This is just fuck you, you're down a mana, which is hilarious. Right? And it's like not a bad body. It's a 3-mana 3/2 with haste. So it's just a 3-mana, it's a 3-mana that comes down, starts beating, and your opponent has to either block it and probably trade, or you just nuke a land and just feel good about yourself. This is another one of those rude ones. Screw landfall, I suppose. No, I don't think there's any landfall in the set. But this is just if your opponent is playing a non-basic land, screw them, which is very funny. I don't know if it's particularly good, but it is very entertaining. Do you get to do that multiple times? No, because there's no way to re-prepare it. So, these ones that just say, this creature enters prepared, you get to do its spell once, but unless you can bounce it and bring it back in, or unless you can replay it from your graveyard or something, you can't prepare it again. Whereas something like, where is she? This one, whenever you cast your third spell each turn, it becomes prepared. Means as long as you are casting 3 spells in a turn, it will just prepare. Yeah. This one can be re-prepared. This one doesn't have a way to get re-prepared. It just is prepared when it comes in. Which I don't mind. I like that. I like that some of them just, you do it once and you get a nice effect out of it, and other ones you can do again and again for like more value. Magma Blood Archaic. What the fuck? So it's either triple red or 6. The 2/2 with trample and reach. It's got the converge thing. Enters with +1/+1 counter on it for each mana you spent to cast it. Again, this is either going to be 2 or 3 generally in limited, because you're going to do a 2-color deck, or you're maybe going to splash a 3rd color. You are almost certainly not going to 4 or 5, because then your deck is so unreliable. Sometimes you can pull it off. Most of the time you will not. So let's assume 2 or 3 here. So it's a 4-mana 4/4, or it can be a 4-mana 5/5, because you can go red, and then 2 other colors. So if like red, double blue is a 4-mana 4/4. Red, blue, black is like a 4-mana 5/5. Whenever you cast instants or sorcery spells, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn for each color of mana spent to cast that spell. Okay. I don't hate this one. It's slightly more reasonable. Tricolor even viable? Yes. If you're... So, the way I usually say tricolor works in limited is, say I'm green-blue. Like, I am running 17 lands in total. 7 of them are green. 8 of them are blue. And then... Or 7 of them are green, 7 of them are blue. And then, say, 3 of them are black. And I have, like, 1 black card. Or 1 green-black, or 1 black-blue, or whatever. You got 1 card in there that is good enough that you're like, I want the ability to play this card. I'm going to put it in the deck. But there's only 1 card in here that actually needs the color. So I'm just going to run, like, 2 or 3. Right? So you could make this thing come down as like a 4-mana 5/5, but I would assume it's usually going to be a 4-mana 4/4, which still isn't bad. A 4-mana 4/4 with trample and reach with this effect. This is the best archaic we've seen so far, apart from maybe the 10-mana one. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of these archaics, I have to admit. This is the best one so far, but this is the only one that I would see in my pool and go, yeah, I can play you. Apart from the 10-mana one. But that's just because the 10-mana one replays your instants and sorcery, so you can just replay your removal and just... Gross. Mika, Reader of Runes. A 4-mana 4/4 with Ward pay 3 life. Okay, so she's annoying to deal with. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may sack an artifact. If you do, copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for the copy. Have we seen any way of creating artifacts? Because the spirits aren't artifacts. Like this thing, the goblin creates a treasure token once. That's an artifact. No, that's like it. Was there a bunch of treasure generation in a different color that I missed? I don't think so. And I think this guy might just not have enough artifacts for him to sack. We'll have to go have a look at the artifacts later. But blue didn't have any way of generating treasures, really, right? Or any artifact interaction, really, which is where it would usually be. White? I don't think either, right? Because the Inklings aren't artifacts. The Spirits aren't artifacts. They can't make artifact tokens anywhere. Apart from treasures. And we've only seen one guy that makes treasures, and he makes it once. I mean, it's a 4-mana 4/4. I'll play it for that. That's the only reason I'm playing this. Molten Core Maestro. A 2-mana 2/2 with Menace. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast it, add an amount of mana. Yeah, with Ward. Yeah. Add an amount of mana equal to this creature's power. Okay. So this, I mean, I'd play this just as a 2-mana 2/2 with Menace, but also play a 5-mana instant or sorcery and you refund 3 of it back. Because he gets the +1/+1. Yeah, I think we can stack it. So he gets the +1/+1 first. And then you can add 3 mana. 3 red mana. Because he becomes a 3/3. So this guy is kind of scary, right? I mean, again, as long as you're doing big spells, this is a 2-mana 2/2, which is just a great body to have early. And then if it's still alive and you play a 5-mana spell, he just refunds half the cost, over half the cost, and becomes a 3/3. Yeah, I'd play this. I like that. I feel like Red's doing so much heavy lifting for the red-blue archetype. Pigment Wrangler. 5 mana for a 4/4 flyer. Yes. Another goblin. Hey, look at him. He's small and excited. Yeah, 4/4 flyer. That's for a 5 mana for a 4/4 flyer. I'd pay that every time in limited. And it comes in prepared and has, when you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell, choose your targets for the copy for 1 mana. This is great. Absolutely, I'd play this card. 5 mana for a 4/4 flyer, I would pay that every time. And you get to copy a spell for 1 mana. Yep, absolutely. Rearing Embermare. 5 mana for a 4/5 with reach and haste. That's certainly a card that was printed. Sure. This thing, oh yeah, this thing you have to get rid of it, right? It's a 4-mana flyer, so it will kill you in 5 turns. Or it threatens to just be like, hey, you see that big 7-mana massive ass spell? I'm gonna. The issue is, so these things don't work with copy. But yeah, Shadowfax, is that right? I can barely see it in there. I guess it's like off to the side. But yeah, a 4/5 reach haste. Rabble Rouser, 3 mana for a 1/4. When it enters, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. And then tap 1, exile a card from your graveyard, add 1 red. When you do this creature, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. This is probably good for Lorehold. Right? They want to be exiling stuff from their graveyard anyway. And this is just, you can do it at any time to trigger all of your effects. Probably does a lot more work than you think. I think I'd probably run 1 or 2 of these, and I think they do a lot of work. Seize the spoils! Woo! Reprint! 3 mana, you must discard a card, draw 2, create a treasure. Sure. Steal the Show. Good cycle. Yeah. Yeah, it does also discard a card, draw a card. I was like thinking more about exile from the graveyard. I'm so slow. Well, I'm just, like, this card is just, I think this is just good, right? You are correct. He discards a card and then draws a card. But I think there's a lot of, we saw one earlier. Where are they? Yeah. Whenever you attack, if a card left your graveyard this turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+0. This removes a card from your graveyard for free. Well, actually, it generates mana doing it. So as long as you have ways to put cards in your graveyard, you can just use this to trigger all of those effects. Because there's some in white as well, but we've already done white, so. Yeah, Seize the Spoils is a reprint. Steal the Show, 3 mana. Choose 1 or both. Sorcery speed. Target player discards any number of cards, then draws that many. Steal the Show deals damage equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard to target creature or planeswalker. Good body for it too, seems insane. I mean, it's a 1/4. We've seen a lot of things with 4 power. So, I don't know how much of how good of a body it actually is. But I think it just does a lot of work in the lore hold. In the red-white colors, I think it just does a lot of work because it's like, hey, here's my mana nerd that also triggers everything. Don't worry, Kevin, don't worry. I don't mind going back and talking about the cards, I really don't. I don't think I care about Steal the Show. I mean, I guess technically it's removal. And maybe you're playing a lot more spells than normal this set because Silver Quill likes spells. The blue-red, I can't remember their name, but they like spells a lot. So, maybe these are fine. But I feel like most of the time you're probably doing, like, the top one for, like, 1 or 2. Like, discard 2, draw 2, and then maybe do, like, 2 or 3 damage to something. A bit too expensive. I mean, it's because you get to do both, right? Like, in limited, in standard, this could be insane, right? Discard 7 cards, deal 7 damage, and then draw 7 cards again. Like, nuts. But it's probably in limited, just like discard 2, deal 3 damage to something at best. Sure, it's fine for 3 mana, but it's not exciting. Strife Scholar. Oh, did you not realize you could do both? Yeah, it does say choose one or both. Yeah, you could do both. Strife Scholar, 3 mana, 3/2, with ward, pay 2 life, and it comes in prepared. Okay, it's fine as a body. For 6 mana, you can create 2 red and white spirit creature tokens. I mean, I guess. I don't. This is too expensive, I think. Awaken the Ages is too much. Like, if you play this on turn 3, I think you're kind of fine with it, because it's a 3 mana, 3/2 with ward, so it's probably not going anywhere. And I guess it's nice if you play it later on, because you can always Awaken the Ages, but Awaken the Ages is so expensive. Like, in Limited, if you've got nothing else to do, sure. But I don't think you're excited about this. Tablet of Discovery. Okay. 3 mana, when it enters mill a card, you may play that card this turn. Sure. And then you can tap it for 1 mana or tap it for 2 to cast instant and sorceries. I don't hate this. This is also an artifact that you can sacrifice with this guy back here and do an extra copying. You could, like, tap this, pay 2, sacrifice, then whatever else, play a big spell, sacrifice this, copy the big spell. Yeah, like, the spell has to be game-winning, right? Or copying it has to be game-winning. I wonder if they have, like, it's Prismari, by the way, the red-blue people, I'm pretty sure. But in the previous set, they had, like, Magma Opus, which was, like, 7 or 8 mana, instant speed, tap things, draw cards. It was like, tap things, draw cards, deal damage, make elementals, create treasures. Was it create treasures? I don't know. It did, like, 7 different things. So, like, if you're playing this so that you can play whatever this set's version of that card is, if they have a version of it. It's a blue and red card, so we'll have to see when we get to multicolored. But if you play this, and then the next turn, you, like, tap it for 2, tap the rest of your mana, play it, sacrifice it, copy it, and you're, like, deal 8 to your face, make 4 guys, tap down all of your creatures, draw a whole new hand, make treasures for next turn. I feel like sacrificing this isn't as big a deal. But if you're like, tap this, sacrifice, double my bolt, I'm just like, bro, who cares? So, you know, it depends what you're copying. Tackle Artist, okay? A 4 mana, 4/3 with trample. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter. This is better, because this gets counters. Put
But +1/+1 counter on this creature. If 5 or more mana was spent, put 2 counters instead. This is another one of those. This will automatically grow by itself. I like cards like this that get counters and just grow steadily over time. But this I would be very happy having in my Spellcaster red-blue or red-white deck. Thunder Drum Soloist. 2 mana, 1/3 with reach. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, deals 1 damage to each opponent. 5 or more, 3 damage instead. Again, this is good as well, though, because this is like going over the top. Like, if you get your opponent to, like, 5 life, but then they have too many creatures for you to attack, you could just be, like, casting spells to try and get over the top. So, it's fine. I actually quite like this one. I think this is a good little 2-drop. Tome Blast. 2 mana, 2 damage to any target. Bit more. It's sorcery speed as well. Wizards, come on. Why are you cutting Red's legs off a little bit? I suppose we did have the 1 mana for 3 damage earlier, so... And this has flashback. Sure, I guess. It just feels gross to be paying 3 mana for 2 mana for 2 damage. Ugh. Unstable Mockery. 3 mana, deal 4 damage to target creature, surveil 1. Sure, this is more like it. This is a bit better. Still a bit pricey, but I'll take it. Yeah, this is removal, so you just take this. Like, this, if I saw this in my pile of removal, I would think about cutting it. This, sure, this is fine. Delos Lorecaster, a 6 mana 4/4. Then when it enters, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Sure, I guess. It's a way overpriced, but it kind of depends on what you bring in, right? Like, if you're bringing back a game-winning spell or something that's going to save you that turn, maybe, but, like, 6 mana for a 4/4 that doesn't do anything apart from that one effect when it enters. I mean, I guess maybe if you have, like, flicker stuff, you can flicker this, but, like, it's still too expensive. It's too expensive. Hey, we're on to green. What do I think of red? I think red... It's good for copy, no? Copy this? Yeah, I guess. Again, the problem is it costs 6. You have to actually pay 6 to get it down. Which I don't like. But, like, what do I think of red? I think red has some interesting ideas. I think maybe red's trying to do too much. Like, it's doing a lot of... White Lorehold had some good cards, right? It had a lot of the payoffs. This has got ways to make those payoffs trigger really easily. The Rabble Rouser I really like. Where was the other one? Living History's decent. Yeah, the Garrison, whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2. Like, these are just good cards for Lorehold, right? But it's also got, like, a bunch of the good cards for... Like, this copy spell's really good for the Prismari. Flashback's probably really good for Prismari. And for Lorehold, to be fair. Impractical Choke's really good. Obviously, the Capstone's crazy, but... Sure. But you got this guy who's copying spells. This guy who's refunding your spells. This guy who's copying your spells. This is... no, not that one. There was another spell that copied earlier on, I think. This guy's growing from your spells. This guy's pinging... Like, there's a lot of... I think red and white... red is, like... all the good setup for Lorehold, the red-white, and all of the good... all of the good activation for red-white, or a lot of the good activation for red-white, and a lot of the good, like, payoff for red-blue. Which is weird, but, like, not terrible. Because it essentially means you know exactly what you're doing. Like, this is going into the Prismari deck. This is going into the Prismari deck. This is going into the Lorehold deck. This is going into the Prismari deck. This is going into the Lorehold deck. Like, it's very... everything... This is only really... Or this is going into the Lorehold deck. This is going into Prismari. This is going into Prismari. This is going into Prismari. Right? Like... You just... There's nothing that's... There's not really any cards. I guess... the Capstone and the Emeritus are just good. But, like, everything else is very specific. I guess... Also, this Impractical Joke is just good. But a lot of it is, like, very specifically going into... Which I don't hate, necessarily. It's just... It feels very, like... You will be this. You will be this. And there's no, like... It's going to be... Because if you get, like, the good Lorehold stuff in white, but then only the good Prismari stuff in red, it's not like you can still go Lorehold and have the good... You've got a jumble of cards that don't mix, really. I mean, a little bit, I guess, but, like, not really. So, I don't know. Anyway, I am going to disappear again. I'm going to go get myself some more drink, maybe a snack. Give my throat a rest for 2 minutes. And then we will come back. We will do green. We will do multicolored. We will do artifact. I think multicolored is going to take up a lot of this. But that's fine. But yeah, green, multicolored, artifact. We'll check out the lands. I'm not expecting anything particularly exciting. And then we'll be done. So, sit back, relax. Go get yourself a drink. Some food with me or whatever. I won't be here for a couple of minutes, so it is specific, but it seems good to me. It also has discard from hand, so you can copy stuff from graveyard. No, I have to read up myself. Yeah. Well, you can't copy stuff from the graveyard. Well, you can flashback stuff. Maybe. We'll make dinner. Yeah. I'll be a couple of minutes. Nothing too long, but you know, 2-3 minutes or something, just while I relax. My throat's starting to get a bit rough from talking almost constantly for 3 hours. Back. At least I assume we're back. Are we back? Oh, we're back! Okay. Oh. Okay. Feeling better. Had some chips, had some salsa. Feeling ready to go. Alright. Green. I'm excited for green. I like green. I don't know about Prismari green. Not Prismari. Wait, is Prismari the... What's the Simic one? No, Prismari's Simic, right? What's red? No. Is Prismari the red-blue? Lorehold's red-white. Witherbloom is black. I cannot remember the schools! Whatever. The green-blue school and the green-black school. Both of which hopefully will be cool. Anyway. Starting with Aberrant Mana Worm. 4 mana, 2/5 with Trample. Elves and big creatures. That's what I'm hoping for. Big creatures will make me happy. 2/5 with Trample. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. I mean, this is a 4 mana 2/5, right? You play this, it's probably big enough to block fucking everything. Because even if your opponent plays a 4 mana 4/4, this still blocks it. It just doesn't kill it. So then it's all about the instant and sorceries. This is for the green-blue people because they've got the X spells, right? But this is still probably a pretty good beater, right? You play a big X spell, it gets +X/+O, and then just crushes people with Trample. This is probably really good. I'm a green-white player, so looking forward to it. Yeah, it's sad there's no green-white school. You've got green-black or green-blue. This certainly belongs to the green-blue. But, like, again, so this is my problem with what... Oh. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, this is my problem with the red cards, right? Remember I said the red cards fit into, like, specific schools of what you want to do? This Mana Worm, it doesn't matter if it's in green-black or green-blue. It's better in green-blue, with X spells making it go to the moon on attack. But green-black, if you just play, like, a black removal spell for 2 or 3 mana, this is still a 4-5 or a 5-5 with trample. It's still good. I guess you could say the same about, like, the copy guys. The copy guys, you could copy white spells and it'd still be fine, but, like... but yeah. No, I like this. Nice beta. Additive Evolution. 5 mana enchantment. When it enters, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. Okay. So it's 5 mana for a 3/3, but then at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, it gains vigilance. So it's 5 mana for a 4/4. But every turn from then on, you get a +1/+1 counter. This is good. This has to be, right? I like the cards that grow things automatically. This grows stuff automatically and comes in as a 4/4. Because if you've got nothing on the field, this comes in as a 3/3, then gets a +1/+1 counter. So this is 5 mana, I play a 4/4. And from then on, anything I play gets bigger. So, yes, I like this. Ambitious Augmenter. Turtle Wizard! He's a 1 mana, 1/1 with increment. This is the 1 mana increment card you need. Right? This is great. This is that 1 mana evolve thing. Although it doesn't have, like, if this was a 0/1, it would actually probably be better because you could evolve it with a 1 mana spell, but as long as you're playing a spell bigger than its power or toughness, it gets +1/+1. Has there been enough enchant removal this set? There hasn't been very much at all. No. Like, 2 pieces, I think, can hit enchantment. And they're both in white. That is sick. Yeah. Green might have ways to interact with enchantments. I think white has, like, 2. There's a creature that you could sack to destroy an enchantment. And then there was, like, a non-land permanent removal thing. When this creature dies, if it had 1 or more counters on it, create a 0/0 green and blue factor creature token, then put this creature's counters on it. This I like. Again, this is another I automatically grow, and if you kill me, I come back, or something comes back to replace me. This is good. I like this. These early cards are looking very, 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 very good to me. Burrug Barrage. Okay, 2 mana instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If you cast another instant or sorcery, then it deals damage to its power to up to 1 target creature an opponent control. Okay, so this is green removal. Not great, but it is 2 mana instant speed green removal, so sure. Yeah, that's kind of better than what green usually gets. So, yes, good green. I take this if you see it. What's this? Chelonian Tackle. 3 mana, sorcery. Target creature you control gets +0/+10 until end of turn. Then it fights 1 target creature an opponent controls. Why? What do you mean +0/+10? Gonna make the thickest ass. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess if you have the power, this just gives you the ass to tank whatever you're fighting, as long as it doesn't have Death Dodge. That seems really over the top, but okay. Comforting Counsel, 2 mana for enchantment. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on this enchantment. As long as there are 5 or more growth counters, creatures you control get +3/+3. Again, like, Witherbloom had a lot of ways to gain life. And there wasn't much interaction, right? Like, it was attacking with 1/1 pests, and then if the pests died, you'd gain more life out of it because of the Witherbloom, the botanist or whatever. And then there was, like, the 1 mana instant that you gain a life and screws people up. Like, there's a lot of way to gain life in Witherbloom. This could get out of hand. This could get to five growth counters fast. Efflorescence. 3 mana for an instant. Put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. And if you gain life, it gains trample and indestructible. Again, holy shit, this life gain thing is looking terrifying. Even turn a 1/1 into a 3/3 with trample and indestructible. Because, like, this is, with instant speed, all you have to do, because the new pests, so instead of being 1/1s that when they die you gain a life, it's 1/1s that whenever they attack you gain a life. So if you have a 1/1 pest, you swing with it, you gain a life. This is 3 mana +2/+2 trample and indestructible on the attack. Which isn't bad at all. I don't know if it's crazy, but it's good. Emeritus of Abundance. You get regrowth for green. Okay, sure. 3 mana for a 3/4 with Vigilance that enters prepared, so you can do it immediately. That's good. And whenever this creature attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, you can prepare it again. Okay, this is maybe one of the best ones we've seen. What was it? So the white one was Swords to Plowshares, but your opponent needed more creatures than you, which was annoying. The blue one was whatever the 1 mana power 9 Astral Recall, which was bananas, but it's also a 5-cost 5/5 flyer, so you have to like get there to get Astral Recall. But it is that's probably also in absolute top bracket. The black one was Demonic Tutor, which in limited is not as good, so kind of whatever. The red one was Bolt, but it had you have to play 3 cards in a turn to make it, to unlock Bolt, which is a lot of work. This card is good stats. It's 3 mana 3/4, so it's got a thicker ass than it deserves. It's got Vigilance. It comes in prepared, so you can regrowth immediately if you need to. And you can re-prepare it by just attacking and having lands. This card is great. What the fuck? Green getting some love here. This is, I mean, I know, like, regrowth isn't going to impact the board particularly. Like, Lightning Bolt impacts the board. Brainstorm puts in, Astral Recall was one of the best cards ever printed ever. So, like, obviously that's crazy. But, like, this is still really good. Yeah, so if you see this, take this card. This card's really good. Emil Vasland's Roma. 3 mana for a 3/3. Again, I'm loving the exact, like, it's just good stats. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have trample. Yeah. 5 mana, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal, put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of differently named lands. In limited, that's going to be 2 or 3. Right? You're going to be 2 or 3 colors. Maybe you have some dual lands. So maybe, like, if you're 2 colors, maybe you have a dual land, so that's 3. If you're 3 colors, maybe you have a dual land, so that's 4. So I guess it's more likely to be 3 or 4 than it is to be 2 or 3. But if you're running flat basics, this is just like 2 or 3 maybe. But I mean, again, I still think it's fine because it is just a 3 mana 3/3 that gives a good effect. Right? Everything with +1/+1 counters, which, as we've already seen, can be most of your field, gets trample. Like, the after effect of making extra dudes is just nice. But I still think he's fine. I still think I'd be happy to run this. Environmental Scientist. 2 mana, 2/2, and it enters. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Sure. Just guaranteeing you've got the lands. I don't hate this. Like, usually this is on, like, a card that does fuck all. So, being on a 2 mana 2/2, I'm fine with this. I like this card. Follow. Like, this lets you much more realistically go 3 colors, right? So if you're in green and you have, like, 2 of these, you can easily be going 3, maybe even 4 colors, if you're feeling risky. Green, well, yeah, green's doing well. Follow the Lummerer. 2 mana, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal a creature or land card from among them, put it into your hand. You gain life this turn, you may instead reveal 2. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Usually with these cards, I would prefer just to have the creature or the land. So if this is taking a slot in my deck, I would prefer the slot just be the creature or the land. But I can understand, because this lets you get 2 cards. Maybe? As long as you gain life. But Witherbloom gains life like it's fucking accidental. Germination Practicum. Okay, so this is their endless thing. For 5 mana, put 2+1/+1 counters on each creature you control, and then do it every turn. This just wins the game. Okay, so the green practicum win. So the green lesson wins the game. The white lesson wins the game. The blue lesson wins the game. The red lesson wins the game. The black lesson probably wins you the game, as long as it doesn't kill you first. But yeah, these Pradigum cards or whatever they are, these are all bonkers. If you see these, just run them. Fuck it. Just do it. They're good. Like, the only time this is bad is if you have no creatures. If you have no creatures and you're playing this on turn 5, you either got board wiped or you deserve to die. In game. You deserve to be murdered in the game of Magic the Gathering. Glorious Decay. 2 mana, destroy target artifact, deal 4 damage to target creature with flying, exile a card from a graveyard, draw a card. Sure, it's fine. It should say artifact or enchantment. The fact that it doesn't is slightly offensive, but okay. Hungry Giraffelon. It is in fact a giraffe. Green without creatures. Yeah, like exactly. Like if you get to playing this on turn 5 or 6, whenever you play this, right? And you don't have any creatures on the board, either you got board wiped, and if you've just got board wiped, sure, whatever. Set up and have this on the board, that's fine. Or have this playing every turn, that's fine. Or you haven't played creatures for the first 5 turns of your game, and you're playing green wrong. A 4 mana 3/4 with reach and increment. Again, I like these guys that grow automatically, but this is too expensive. I like the cheap versions of this. Has reach, which is okay, but this is just This is another one of those cards that exist, and you might play one of them if you don't have anything better, but like you're not excited about this card. Infirmary Healer. 2 mana for a 2/3. That's already good. Enters prepared, and you can just gain life. Board wipe in limited seems hard. There's one in black. We've only seen one so far, and it is in black. It's a 3 mana, everything gets -2/-2, unless you've gained life, and then it's destroy everything. So they do exist. And if you see them, you should take them, because if you're in control of the board wipe, it's almost always better for you. But, yes, board wipes are not something you plan around. And seeing as there's only one of them, and it's a mythic rare so far, you can't plan around them realistically. But I do like this healer. Right? It's a 2 mana 2/3, good stats, so it can be attacking immediately. And it has a decent spell on it. Gain some life. Which triggers all of the Witherbloom effects. I'm all about it. Lumerit's Favor. 2 mana. When you cast a spell, copy it. If you gain life this turn, you may choose new targets for the copy. Target creature gets +2/+4. Doesn't give protection or anything. Doesn't untap. Doesn't give anything like that. Fine. I don't really care. I mean, maybe there's a world where this just kills your opponent because you copy it and you get 2 creatures, but like, they're all getting... It's better on the defense with the increase to the block. I don't like it. It's kind of whatever. Mindful Biomancer. A 2 mana 2/2 when it enters, gain a life, and for 3 mana, you can make something bigger. It's a 2 mana 2/2 that gains you a life. I'll take it. Sure. Noxious Newt, a 2 mana 1/2 with Death Touch that is also a mana nerd. Yep, love it. Absolutely love it. Oracle's Restoration, 1 mana, target creature you control gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Draw a card, gain a life. Again, great. great little 1 mana. I guess this is sorcery, which is kind of trash. The other one was instant. But gain a life, draw a card, +1/+1. All good. Love it. Pest Brood Sloth. A 4 mana 4/4 with reach. When it dies, you create 2 pests. Again, fantastic card. Love it. It's a 4 mana 4/4 that has reach so it can block flyers, and if it does die, you get some good dudes out of it. Love it. Planar Engineering. 4 mana sorcery, sacrifice 2 lands, search your library for 4 basics. So this takes you from 4 to 6. Also filters your deck a little bit. I probably wouldn't run this in limited. But this is a very cool... I like that their wizards are slowly doing ramp as more than just like 2 or 3 mana get a land. They're doing as like 4 or 5 mana, sacrifice a bunch, get like a dumb amount of land, right? Like, sure. But yeah, I don't think this is great in limited because like it doesn't do anything. It's if you play this on turn 4 instead of anything, you like, I guess if you have, like, huge cards, it maybe sets you up for them, but it just doesn't really do anything. So, Shopkeeper's Bane. A 3 mana 4/2 with Trample. Whenever it attacks, gain 2 life. Love it. It's a good attacker, good on the aggro. You want to be swinging it. Whenever you swing it, you gain life automatically. Fantastic. Witherbloom's really... Witherbloom's my jam. I'm feeling this. Slumbering Trudge. 1 and X. This creature enters with a number of stun counters on it equal to 3 minus X. If it entered with a stun counter on it, tap it. So this is a 1 mana 6/6 that gets tapped for the first 3 turns. This is good, right? This is just... So, at worst, this is a 4 mana 6/6. Like, when you play this... So, you play this turn 1, and it's just a 1 mana 6/6 that can't do anything for 3 turns. Sure. But then... So, on turn 4, because you can either play this on turn 4, or if you played it beforehand, it's by turn 4, generally. This is just a turn 4 6/6. Yeah, alright. In limited, that'll just do it. I mean, it'll get removed. Like, someone will fire off removal on it, but it's just fucking big, right? Unless blue, just bounce it back to your hand and then you feel a little bit shit about it. But, like, yeah, this is a good card. I think. In limited, at least. Snarl Song. 6 mana. For another one of these Converge cards I don't like. Create 2/0/0 green and blue fractal, put X, +1/+1 counters on it, and gain X life for X number of colors. So, 6 mana, make 2 2/2/2s, gain... Yeah. Make 2 2/2s, gain 2, or make 2 3/3s, gain 3. I mean, if you're doing 3 colors... Again, so green certainly looks like you can do 3 or 4 colors. Specifically because this is in green, and if you have green as your primary color, you look like there are ways to get all of your color fixing sorted. This is one of the ones I like more. Right? Because you're in green already. Green has got a dude that lets you sort your mana out. It's got the 4 mana card that we just talked about that makes you sacrifice lands, but then you get other lands. Like, you could get to your 4 or 5 colors, like 3, 4, or 5 colors of mana with green as your primary color. You can. I mean, this is still 6 mana, which is expensive, but I guess it's probably good enough. I don't know. Again, maybe I'll actually... Because we'll be doing drafts of Secrets of StrixHaven. So maybe if we get, like, a bunch of the Converge cards, and a bunch of the like land fixing in green, we can try a 5-color stupid converge deck and see how that works, but I have very little faith in it. Studia's first year, a 1-mana 1/1 that comes with rampant growth. Fucking yes, please. Absolutely. I will play. You know what? If Wizard wants me to play a 1-mana 1/1 followed by rampant growth turn 2, I'll do it every fucking game. Yes. Again, this isn't great. The card can be removed. This is just worse than Llanowar Elves. I get that, right? Because Llanowar Elves gives you 3 mana on turn 2. This doesn't, because the better thing comes in. But like, yes. Removed round 1? Yeah, I mean there's ways to do it. Let me bring up. Like where can I bring up? You're on Twitch, right? Let me just do it on Twitch quickly. Let's bring these up. One of the best cards I was looking at in the set, or one that I really liked. Where's this card? I went went faster. There you go. Dissecting Practice. I'm assuming you can see that. It's a 1-mana instant that makes an opponent lose a life, something on your board get bigger, and something on the enemy board get smaller. Right, like, not a particularly good use for the card, but you could just get rid of it. Right? If you really didn't want your opponent to ramp, they can remove it. And in Standard, obviously, you can get removed. But I suppose so, but it doesn't make the opponent use their stuff. I don't mind. Worth in my eyes. Probably. You are probably correct. And yeah, I like turn 1, 1/1 into turn 2 rampant growth. I will play that every fucking time. This I like. I want like 3 of these in my deck, please. Tenured Concoctor. A 5-mana 4/5 with Vigilance. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, it's a common too. Yeah. 3 or 4 of them, please. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. And it gets +2/+0 as long as you gain life this turn. Sure. This is fine, right? This is probably... Well... I mean, if this is attacking with pests, this is a 6/5 with Vigilance every time it attacks, because the pests gain you life. And then if your opponent tries to remove it, you draw a card. This is probably good. Like in a limited format, yeah. As long as you have good ways to generate pests, I like this. Thorn Fist Striker. 3 mana for a 3/3 with Ward 1. Like it. Infusion. Creatures you can control get +1/+0 and have trample as long as you gained life this turn. Again, the pests gain life whenever they attack. So this is a 3 mana 3/3 with Ward 1 that reads, whenever you attack, as long as a pest is swinging, everybody gets +1/+0 and trample. This is a good card. Again, Witherbloom and the pests and the gaining life, holy fucking shit. It's going to be like terrifying to play against. I want to play Life Gain Witherbloom so badly when we draft. Maybe next week or the week after. I don't know when it'll be coming out on MTG Arena, or when we're going to be doing the Play the Spire 2. But I will absolutely draft Witherbloom 100%. Topiary Lecturer. A 3 mana 1/2. We've forgotten how to be green. With Increment. Okay. Again, you cost 3 mana though. Can't you be like a... I guess he does have tap, add green equal to this creature's power. And he's going to grow by himself with Increment. Not the worst Increment card we've seen. But I don't... I want like the 1 mana Increment stuff, right? That's what you want, because you want to be playing... You want to get them down early and then just play spells over the top. It's 3 mana. I guess if you play this on turn 3 and it doesn't immediately die, next turn you can play like one or two spells. This becomes like a 3/4 and then you can tap it and just do it again. Yeah, I mean, sure. I suppose after you, it's never gonna, just its own mana is never gonna be able to trigger it, right? You have to play things bigger than it. But I don't hate it. Vast Lands Scavenger, a 3-mana 4/4 with Death Touch. Yes, we remembered how to be green. It comes in prepared and has Bind to Life. 5 mana, mill 7, put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield. I'm used to paying way more than that. What was the raccoon that used to do that? What was the raccoon that had the same ability? Mill 7. Put a creature on the battlefield. Bramble Familiar. Bramble Familiar had Fetch Quest on it, which was 7 mana, mill 7 cards, put a creature or creature enchantment or land card from among the milled cards onto the battlefield. This has 5 mana, mill 7, put a creature card. So it costs 2 less and gets the one thing you want. Sure. Does only do it once, though. Because you can't re-prepare this thing. But it's a 3-mana 4/4 with Death Touch. You're just happy playing this card. And then you have the Bind to Life, so your opponent is shitting themselves, because if you have a good card... Like, the only issue is in Limited, milling yourself 7 cards could be really fucking tragic. But if you mill yourself 7 and get, like, some crazy bomb out of it that costs, like, 7 or 8 mana, just game's over, right? Like this card. Good card. We're remembering how to be green. Wild Hypothesis. One green and X. Create a 0/0 and put X counters on it. Surveil 2. Sure, this is just your very basic whatever. Wild, like, there's not much to say about this. The Surveil's nice, but it's just kind of making a dude that's slightly mana inefficient, but sure. Wild Growth Archaic. So, 2 mana. This stupid thing always makes me do math. So, it's 2 mana for a 1/1. So, no. Yeah. 2 mana for a 1/1. 3 mana for a 2/2. No. It can be... So, 2 mana for a 1/1. 3 mana for a 2/2 or 3 mana for a 3/3. And then whenever you cast a creature spell, creature enters with X additional +1/+1 counts on it, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast. This is just going to be good. Okay? Even if you just 2 mana play this as a 1/1, all it's doing is making all of your creatures come in with a +1/+1 counter, if not 2 or 3. Yeah, this one's good. This is the best one I've seen so far, I think. I would play this one. I would play this one for 2 mana and just leave it. Yes. Zimone's Experiment. 4 mana for a sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Reveal 2 creature or land cards from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. Put all lands revealed this way onto the battlefield and all creature cards into your hand. Okay. I guess. Kind of ramp. You can get your creatures too. Pretty good. I'm not too excited about that one, but again, with these, I usually prefer it to just be the creature or the land. That's always the way I feel. It is 2 cards, but this costs 4. The other one was doing it for 2 if you gained life, so... But it wasn't putting the lands onto the battlefield. Putting them into your hands, so... Hey! Multicolored! Alright. Let's go back. I think green is eaten well this set. Like, there's a lot of cards that I think are really good. The Archaic is good. Scavenger's crazy. Thornfist is crazy. I love the Studious First Year. Slumbering Trudge is great. Any of this Pest is good. Like, that Pest is good. This Pest guy is good. This guy's great as well, because, like, he's a 1/2, so he triggers the Witherbloom, the black Witherbloom that makes you lose 2 that makes your opponent lose 2 and you gain 2. Bonkers. Like, the healer's great. Obviously, the paradigm thing's great. This scientist is really good if you're doing 2 or 3 colors, or 4. If you're doing multiple colors, it's great. The Roma's fine. The abundance is incredible. There's a lot of really good. Even this Comforting Counsel, I bet this gets out of hand much faster than you expect. I like this turtle. This is the kind of increment cards I want. I want the 1 mana 1/1 that becomes a 2/2 on turn 2, a 3/3 on turn 3, a 4/4 on turn. Like, as long as you keep playing bigger stuff, 100. That's what I want. Even this additive evolution card is cracked. Like, there were so many cards. Again, I am biased. I love green. I always love green. But there are so many good cards in green. Right. Before we move on to... Nah, it's fine. We'll get as far through multicolored as we can before I need to go to the bathroom. Alright. Starting with Abigail Poet Lariat. Sure. A 3 mana 2... So this is Silver Quill, obviously. White-black. A 3 mana 2/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a creature spell, they become prepared... And their spell is put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, which triggers all of the Silver Quill stuff. So this is a great card, right? This is such a good engine. Because you just play a creature, she comes prepared, you put a +1/+1 counter on anything, and then all of your I played a thing that's targeted something trigger. And then all you have to do is play another creature, which you're going to be doing anyway in Limited, because you want creatures. She's prepared again. She puts another +1, triggers all of your target creature with a spell. She's a really good engine for that deck. And she's flying, which is great. And she's decent stats. So, fantastic card. Abstract Paint Mage. 3 mana, 2/2. At the beginning of your first main phase, add 1 blue, 1 red. Spend this mana only to cast instant sorcery spells. This very much depends how good the instants and sorts... Like, because again, most Limited decks are only going to be running 5 to 8 instants or sorcery spells. The majority of your deck is going to be creatures. So this is a 3 mana 2/2 that does nothing unless you have one of those instants or sorcery cards. And preferably an expensive one. Right? So I'm not sure about this one specifically. Like, if you've got the instant or sorcery that makes this card good, then you probably run this. But I'm just kind of like, eh. Applied Geometry? Is that... Yeah. Applied Geometry. But 4 mana sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target non-aura permanent, except it's a fractal creature in addition to its other types. Put 6 +1/+1 counters on it. So this is a 4 mana copy spell that turns whatever you copy into a 6/6. Bro, there's so many good green things to copy. Turn this into a 6/6. This into a 6/6. This into a 6/6. Because you can do creatures, right? Non-aura? Yeah. This can be a 6/6. Does it still get... So does it lose? Is it still get all the text, right? Copy of target non-aura, except it is in addition... Yeah. So it's whatever creature you want... But a 6/6 version for 4. You could do it on... Where the fuck is it? You could do it on this. This isn't an aura. You could have a 6/6 additive evolution.
that creates you another fractal that's got 3 counters on it, and then at the beginning of combat on your turn, you get 2 +1/+1 counters on something that gains, and it gains. What? For 4 mana? We sure about this? Are we sure this is the play? It is rare, I suppose. But god damn, yes. I mean, again, if your opponent removes whatever you target with this, your fucking soul is destroyed. But if they don't, this is great. Arc of Hunger. 4 mana artifact. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, this artifact does 1 damage to each opponent, you gain 1 life. And you can tap it, mill a card, you can play it this turn. Holy, this is good. This is really scary. Yeah, okay. So just take all the gold cards, right? Because this is an extra draw every turn. You tap this, you mill a card into your graveyard, but you can play it, and if you do play it, you just deal 1 damage and gain a life. Holy Jesus. This is fucking cracked. Aziza, Mage Tower Captain. A 2-mana 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may tap 3 untapped creatures. If you do, copy the spell. Choose new targets for the copy. Eh? Maybe? I mean, it's a 2-mana 2/2. And it just having it on the field means that if you cast something and you want to tap your creatures, you can. So I'd probably still run it. I'm just not really sure what we're copying, but sure, why not? Berta Wise What the I don't know how we're saying this. 4 mana for a 1/4 with Increment. Again, another expensive Increment card I'm not a fan of. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on it, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. And you can tap X, tap it, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, and put X +1/+1 counters on. I mean, it's still good, right? It's a 1/4 that's going to grow and pump out fractals. Sure. I don't think it's crazy. I mean, at 4 mana, we've seen most of the other colors making 4/4s. This is a 1/4, which doesn't do anything. Can't even block. But if you play, you know, a 2-mana spell, he gets a +1/+1 counter, pays you a mana back. Then a 3-mana spell, because you have 5 mana, he gets a +1/+1 counter, pays you back. He's already going to be a, what, 3/6? Yeah, he's already going to be a 3/6. I mean, if you've got ways to put other +1/+1 counters on him, he just generates free mana, and then he can just dump it all into fractals. Yeah? Not bad, he gets big quick. Again, I don't like the increment, but sure. Bleach Loafing Pest. A 3-mana 3/4. It's so just good stats. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each pest, bat, insect, snake, and spider you control. Yes! These are the cards you need! Okay, so a lot of the power is in the gold card. I mean, there was a lot of really good life gain, life loss, life gainy stuff in the Witherbloom, just green and black colors. This just puts it over the top, right? Witherbloom is looking absolutely like one of the best. I mean, I think green, blue, green, black are going to be 2 really good colors. I think white, black is also very good. I think red, white might be a bit weaker, and I think blue, red might be suffering a little. Bogwater Lumeret. A 2-mana 2/2. Whenever this creature or another creature you control enters, gain a life. Fucking aces. Absolutely.
This is a white effect in with it. I'm fucking all about this. Yep, card's great. Borrowed Knowledge. 4 mana, sorcery, choose 1. Discard your hand, draw cards equal to the number of cards in target opponent's hand. Then, or discard your hand, draw cards equal to the number of cards discarded this way. Sure, like in Limited, less interesting because it's not a creature and doesn't affect the board. But if you're down to like 1 card because you've been going super aggro and your opponent has like 7, and then this is your last card and you just discard nothing, draw 7, your opponent's just going to fucking throw his hand out the window. So like, sure, this maybe is like the top end of your super aggro white-red deck, right? Cauldron of Essence. 3 mana, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. Oh, there's so much life gain stuff. So much drain. Witherbloom's just going to suck everyone dry. 3 mana, tap, sacrifice a creature, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yes. Oh, God, Witherbloom's doing all of the good stuff this set. Witherbloom's terrifying. Color Storm Stallion. A 3 mana, 3/3 with Ward 1 and Haste. Sure. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +1/+1. If 5 or more mana was spent, create a token that's a copy of this. Ooh. Okay. That's cool. Right? Because the token has that ability as well. So if you play a 5 mana, you get 2 of these. Then if you play another 5 mana, you get 4 of these. Play another 5 mana, you get 8 of these, and your opponent's fucking crying because they all have haste. I actually like this. Maybe I'd maybe play Prismari if I saw this, right? I'd be like, yeah, go on then, let's make a million fucking horses. It is absolutely removal bait, but it does have Ward 1, which at least makes it slightly more inconvenient. Colossus of the Blood Age. A 6 mana 6/6. Okay, cool. When this creature enters, deals 3 damage to each opponent, you gain 3 life. Love it. When this creature dies, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. This is just a good card. I like this. It's a huge guy. I mean, it's 6 mana 6/6 that heals you, and then if your opponent kills it, you can just get rid of all the crap in your hand and redraw a better one with an extra card. Yep. Fucking, how do you say that word? Conciliator's Duelist? Oh, that's right. A 4 mana 4/3. When it enters, draw a card. Each player loses 1 life. Okay. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, yep, exile one target creature, return it to the battlefield under its own control at the beginning of the next ends. So, your removal also bounces shit in your opponent's... Again, so you could flicker your own stuff if you want to, or just turbo remove everything on your opponent's side for free attacks. Right? Because it's exile, return it at the beginning of the next end step, so you just like... Kill a creature, bounce something else. Kill a creature, bounce something else. I just removed 4 things with 2 spells. Swing. Right? Fucking Jesus. Or you can flicker your own shit if you want to. Sure. That's... Some of these cards... I mean, they're all rare, so you're only going to get like 1 or 2 of them, but they're sick. Cuboid Colony. 2 mana, flash, flying, trample, increment. Yes. Cheap. So this isn't crazy. It does have flash, so you can bring it at the end of your opponent's turn. It is a flampler, which is really good. But it starts as a 2 mana 1/1. But then every time you play a spell that costs more, it's going to get bigger and bigger. Again, I like these cards that grow by themselves. I just like them. They are generally way better in Limited than anywhere else. And this is a flying trampler. So this is probably great. I was trying to think about it for a second, but no. This is a flying trampler that grows by itself. It's great.
Dina's Guidance. 3 mana, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand or graveyard, then shuffle. Oh god, the reanimate players are all drooling. Sure. I mean, there's cheaper ways to do it in standard and stuff, but sure. I wouldn't play this in limited myself. I would, again, just prefer to have the creature that I want to be looking for. But maybe it is just good. Elemental Mascot. A 3 mana 1/4 flying vigilance. And whenever you cast instant sorcery spell, it gets +1/+0. 5 more mana, exile top card of your library. Play the card until the end of your next. This is okay. It's not particularly strong, but it's a flyer. So it's going to peck in for 1 or 2 damage, and then it can be used to block as well because it's got vigilance. Sure. Don't hate it. It's just kind of fine. Embrace the Paradox. 5 mana, draw 3, put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped instant speed. Brilliant card. This is what was the 2 mana version that was draw a card, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield for 2. Just turbo that, right? Sure. Again, I don't usually care for. I usually prefer to have a creature, but I think this is good enough. You can just play it on your end of your opponent's turn, have an extra land, draw 3. Yeah, this is probably just good. The instant speed really makes it, right? Because it doesn't interrupt if you were playing other creatures on your turn, right? Essence Knit Scholar. A 3 mana 3/1. When this creature enters, create a pest. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control, draw a card. Fantastic again. Witherbloom just has everything it wants in this set. Witherbloom is just gross. Fix What's Broken. 4 mana as an additional cost to cast this spell, pay X life. Return each artifact and creature card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. How is this not Lorehold's thing? How is fucking Silverquill doing this? Yeah, this card is bonkers too. In limited, slightly less so, I think. But this is 4 mana, reanimate anything. You just have to pay health for it. Like, it's not like other cards that were like, oh, you can reanimate something that's, 3 or less for like a couple of mana. This is just 4 mana, reanimate anything, but you have to pay life for it. Which is probably fine. Okay, I don't know, okay. This is... I don't know, because if you've got a bunch of 3 costs, maybe you just do like, I pay 3, get like 3 or 4 3-cost things back, and your opponent's like, fuck, you've just got a board back out of nowhere. Like, maybe this is just good enough. Because it's each. It's hard to evaluate this one. Because you can either go for one giant bomb, one giant 8-mana game-winning card, if your opponent's removed it once, but it costs you 8. Or you can just pay like 3 and get like 3 or 4 3 costs back, right? Probably. I mean, still good. Either way, I think it's probably a good card. Slightly less good in limited, but still good. Fractal Mascot. 6 mana, 6/6 with trample. When it enters, tap target creature, put a stun counter on it. Good card. Great. Well, yeah, good limited card. 6 mana, 6/6 with trample. Absolutely. Go smash people. Fractal Tender. A 5 mana 3/3. We've forgotten how to be green again. With Ward 2. Okay. Increment. You're a 5 mana increment card. At this point, sure. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on this creature, create a 0/0 green full backed creature token and put 3 +1/+1 counters on it. I mean, sure, because like you play it for 5, you definitely have enough to play a 4-cost thing to give it a +1/+1 counter. And then a 5-cost thing to give it +1/+1. But, like, you have to have those cards. And I guess you can have another Fractal Tender, which will trigger the first Fractal Tender, which would be hilarious. They're just... 5 mana is a lot. 5 mana for a 3/3 is a lot. I know it can grow, and I know I like the growing cards, but I like the cheap growing cards.
Not this. Too expensive. Probably still good, right? In a slow game, this just gets out of hand probably at some point. Geometer's Arthropod. A 2-mana 1/4. Sure. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, look at the top X cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest of them put them in your library in a random order. Oh yeah. There's Simic players drooling over this. Like, how many X spells are you going to be able to play in a limited format? Probably like 2 or 3. But it's a 2-mana 1/4, so it's still fine. So if you have any X spells, just right, it's fine. Grapple with Death. 3 mana, destroy something, gain a life. It's sorcery speed, so it's a bit crappy, but love it. It's removal. You play it no matter what. Pretty much, as long as you're in green-black. Growth Curve. 2 mana, sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, then double the number of +1 counters on that creature. Terrifying. And also probably good. Fucking put a +1/+1 counter on you. You become a 4/4. Double it. You become a... Actually, that's not that much. But you do it on like the fractal, right? The fractal becomes a 4/4. Double it becomes an 8/8. Then I guess it's a token, so it's much easier to deal with. Maybe, assuming they have like bounce or removal. I don't know. Still good. Hardened Academic. Okay. 2 mana for a 2/1 flying haste. Discard a card, it gains lifelink. Sure. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. This is great again. Cheap, early, aggressive creature. You can give it lifelink by putting stuff into your graveyard that you can use for fuel to give +1/+1 count. Yeah, these are great. There are so many good cards in these. Imperious Inkmaid. A 3 mana 3/3 with Vigilance when it enters Surveil 2. I mean, this is still good because it's a 3 mana 3/3. It's just not as exciting as like everything else we've seen. But I'd still run this. This is a 3 mana 3/3 with Vigilance, right? Inkling Mascot is a 2 mana 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant spell that targets a creature, it gains flying until end of turn. Surveil 1. Drop. 2/2 that you can give flying to. Good beater. Again, works really well with like buff spells because you can just buff this and it gains flying and you surveil. Yep, like it. Hillian's Confidence. 2 mana, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, draw a card. Again, these are really good like little cantrippy things. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may pay 1 of whatever the colors you're in. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Man, Silverquill having cards that on creatures they can keep replaying, or cards that just keep coming back, or like flashback and stuff, it's going to be so hard to grind them out of resources. And everything's going to cause like 5 triggers. Silverquill and Witherbloom are scary. I like wherever the fractal people are as well. God damn. Keyroll History Buff. 2 mana 2/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, he becomes prepared. And then for 3, mill a card, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, it gains trample. So he just keeps putting stuff in your graveyard, makes your shit bigger because of it. I feel like Lorehold has a good little loop of mill stuff, get it back, or play it from your graveyard, or exile it, or do something to get rid of it, and get payout. Yeah. God damn. And this card's really good as well. I think all of the gold cards are going to be... there's just going to be a lot of me saying, God damn, these cards are good. Leerwin Exchange Student. 4 mana for a 3/4. They enter prepared. And you can exile a creature card from your graveyard to prepare her, but only as a sorcerer. And then you can pay 1, make a pest. Sure. I think Witherbloom's going to want as many pests as it can get, and this being a recurring way to just make more pests, because you just want to trigger all of your gain life stuff, right? So this is the way you want to make sure you always have pests to gain more life. Lorehold Charm. 2 mana for an instant, choose 1. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact. Return an artifact or creature card with mana value 2 or less. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample. Is this like a new cycle of charms? Like we had the Boros charm and all that? Because if so, I'm fucking all about it. Those charms, I mean, maybe not as powerful as like Boros charm and the other ones, but like, or Rakdos charm or whatever the other ones were. But like, I like the charms. This one seems, yeah. The sacrifice a non-token artifact is like, who gives a fuck? But the other two are decent. Because the return an artifact or creature with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield triggers all of your it left the battlefield effects. And your creature's getting bigger. I mean, Lorehold definitely seems like the aggro color. This could just be go over the top, right? Like Baby Overrun. 2 mana, which is bananas. Areas Lorehold. How are you doing, big boy? Still scary? Obviously, by the way, these dragons are all going to be fucking bananas, right? So, a 5 mana, 5/5 flying haste. Each instant and sorcery spell in your hand has Miracle? Why? Why are we just letting people miracle shit? At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card if you do draw a card, which would be the first card you draw that turn, which means it has Miracle too, and you could just play. Fucking hell. Okay. So, like, Lorehold, you probably, if you play him turn 5, he's immediately flying haste, smacks your opponent in the face. And then the next turn, you draw your first card, play it for 2, well, whatever it is, assuming it's not a land, play it for 2, and then do whatever, leave 2 mana up on your opponent's turn, discard a card, draw a card, play it for 2. Because Miracle breaks timing restriction. So you could just play whatever the fuck you want on your opponent's upkeep. Holy Jesus. Yeah, you gotta kill this thing immediately. I mean, like I said, they're all gonna be cracked. But yeah, weirdly, if you see Lorehold, you're probably playing Lorehold. Mind into Matter. Okay? Green, blue, and X. Draw X cards, then you may put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. This sorcery speed, though. 4 mana, draw 2, play a 2 mana card. I mean, technically, it doesn't say non-land, so this could be 4 mana, draw 2, put a land onto the battlefield tapped. This isn't. I don't think this is as good as the instant speed 5 mana draw, because this is essential. I mean, it can be better. It can be 5 mana sorcery speed, draw 3, play a creature for 3 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. But like the other one is 5 mana instant speed, draw 3, play a land, which this probably is sometimes, but it's sorcery speed. I like the other one better than this. I don't know. But yeah, I like the other card better than this. Mind Roots. 3 mana sorcery, target player discards 2 card. Put up to 1 land card discard this way onto the battlefield tapped under your control. Sure. I don't think this is very good. I don't know if I'd run this, but it is a way to be just rude right? You can just be rude to someone. Be like, hey, you discard 2. And they go, all right, I discard 2 lands. And you go, cool, thanks. Just be rude. But it doesn't affect the board. And it's just rude. I don't think it's good. Molten Note. 2 mana and X. Molten Note deals damage to target creature equal to the amount of mana spent to cast this spell. Okay. So, even if you only pay 1 for X, it's still 3, because it's all mana, not just X. Untap all creatures you control, and you can flashback it for 8, which deals 8 damage to target creature and untaps all creatures. Yes, this card is bananas good. It is sorcery. I mean, yeah, but there's a couple of cards that want you to tap creatures in Lorehold to do stuff, right? So you could, there's the Captain Lady. So you could, she's on cast, right? Wait. You can't loop that shit, right? There's no way. When you cast, okay, yeah, you can't. Because you're not casting the copy, right? I have to go back and read her again. But you're not casting the copy's just happening, right? Copy the spell, choose your target for the copy. Yeah. So you can't loop it. But you could, tap 3. You could pay this, tap 3 to copy it to deal more damage again, and then untap all your creatures. Like, there's certain Lorehold stuff that wants you to tap creatures to do effects, and this just lets you untap them all. I like that card. I like that a lot. Moment of Reckoning. A 7 mana Silver Quill spell. Choose up to 4. You may choose the same mode more than once. Destroy target non-land permanent. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Holy Jesus. I mean, yeah, this has got to be good, right? This is like, destroy 4 things, destroy 3 things, return your best thing, destroy 2 things, return your 2 best things, destroy your opponent's scary thing, return your 3 best, or just return your 4 best things to your battlefield. Jesus, okay. Yep, that's a fucking scary card. It is 7, so, but again, I think this apart from Lorehold, which is going to fucking slaughter people in like 6 turns, I reckon this is probably going to be a slower set. Like, Witherbloom wants to grind you out by gaining life and draining you. I guess Silverquill wants to kind of just like target their own things, get big and beat the shit out of you. Lorehold wants to target their own stuff from the graveyard and their own things, get big and beat the shit out of you. The Fractal guys are going to be slow. The Witherbloom's going to be slow, and the red blue are going to be slow because they need to get to like 5 mana spells before they're doing anything really exciting. Still, good card. Nita Forum Consolator. 3 mana for a 2/3. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Tap 2, sacrifice another creature, exile target instant or sorcery card from an opponent's graveyard. You may cast it this turn. Mana of any type any mana of any type can be spent to cast it. If the spell be put to graveyard, exile it, activate it. This is actually decent, right? Because if you have this out, you're essentially immune to removal. Because if your opponent's like, I target this creature, anything apart from this guy, obviously. But if they're like, I target your creature, you just sacrifice it and get a piece of removal from their graveyard or something. Or you can sacrifice Inklings if you're making Inklings and just bop grab one of their pieces of removal and get rid of their big thing. Right, like this is probably just really good. Assuming you can you can steal cheap shit from them, right? Like, again, it depends on how many instants or sorceries, but it looks like a lot of the decks, there's a lot of instance and sorcery interaction stuff in Prismari, in Silver Quill, even in Lorehold, there's like a decent amount of instance and sorcery stuff, right? Maybe not as much. Maybe Lorehold is just the straight standard beat people up thing, but yeah. Old Growth Educator. A 4-mana 4/4 with Vigilance and Reach. Nice. When this creature enters, put 2+1/+1 counters on it if you gain life. So if you attack with a pest, this is a 4-mana 6/6 Vigilance Reach. Yep. Sweet. I'm all about it. Witherbloom. Witherbloom is absolutely the colours I'm going this time. I'm going to try and draft it as much as possible. Paradox Surveyor is a 3-mana 3/3 with Reach. When this creature attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library and reveal a land or a card with X in its mana value. From among them, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Okay, this is probably just like land guarantee kind of stuff. As a 3-mana 3/3, he can probably attack for at least a turn. Get you a land. Sure. Oh, it's when he enters. Sorry, not when he attacks. Fucking, where did I read attack from? When he enters. Yeah, this is a 3-mana 3/3 with Reach that gets you a land, probably. Or an X spell if you have enough of them, but I don't know how many X spells you're actually going to have. Hopefully you have at least 2 or 3, right? But Pest Mascot. A 3-mana 2/3 with Trample. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Yes! I do love the self-growers. This thing has Trample, which means you can't just put a 1/1 in front of it. Your pests gain you life whenever they attack. It gains life separately, right? Where's the nearest pest? Whenever this token attacks, you gain 1 life. So if you attack with like 4 tokens, this just becomes a 6/7. Because it triggers for each life gain separately. Yep. Witherbloom be doing gross thing. Practiced Scrollsmith. A 3-mana 3/2 with First Strike. When it enters, exile target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard. Till the end of your next turn, you may cast it. 3-mana 3/2 with First Strike. It triggers all of your when a card leaves the graveyard effects, and it lets you recast probably a piece of removal. Sure. That sounds great. I'm going to have to disappear again quickly because I do need to go to the bathroom. Probably just the last time. We'll probably just finish off multicolored artifacts and lands, but I really need to go. So 1 second. Be right back. We will finish the rest of the gold cards, which are pretty much all fucking cracked. And then we'll do artifacts, lands, and be done. You guys listen. I'm back. We're fine. I'm here. Don't worry. Yeah, we already did the practice Scrollsmith, so let's carry on. Hey, there is a cycle of charms. Okay, Prismari Charm. 2 mana, Surveil 2, draw a card, deal 1 damage to 2 creatures, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. I like this. Yeah, okay. Again, I'm excited that the charms are here. I do like another charm cycle. You probably just surveil and draw with this every time. But the bounce is good as well if you're in trouble. And maybe you can just deal, 1 damage to 2 targets? To, like, pick off some pests so Witherbloom doesn't get too overwhelming with its life gain. So I think all of those are, like, reasonable. Again, red-blue players will just pick Surveil Draw every time. Unless they're actively dying, and then they'll pick the last one. But at least all of these do something. The last one, the Lorehold Charm having Destroy an Artifact was just kind of like, whatever, I guess. But Prismari the Inspiration. Hello, how you doing? 7 mana, 7/7 flyer with ward pay 5 life. Oof. Instant and sorcery spells. Fuck me. You cast have Storm. You can't give red-blue players Storm. That's not allowed. Yeah, that is Mari. Mari is a very large dragon. You can't give red-blue players Storm. I mean, again, in Limited, it's a 7/7 flyer. You're just playing this card. And I don't know how many instant or sorcery spells you're going to have left by the time you get to 7 mana. But you can't give red-blue players Storm. They're irresponsible. The last time we had reasonable Storm, red-blue players were playing 19 cantrips into Gut Shot, get fucked, right? Like... They were playing all of the 0 mana artifacts that sacrifice to generate a mana, and then they were playing 19 1 mana fucking scry draw a card cantrips, and then they were gut shotting you for 20. Right? Like, you cannot... No. You can't give red-blue players Storm. They're irresponsible. They're children. They will just do something stupid with it. Yeah, 7. Well, so you say 7 mana, though. I guarantee you, somewhere in some dark hole is a standard red-blue player cooking up a red-blue-black deck that's only... like, it's blue draw, it's red, whatever the burst draw off the top is, and then it's black reanimate Prismari, and then it's, like, shock. Right? And all they do is they, like, cheap reanimate Prismari. If you don't kill it, they play, like, 4 blue cantrips or whatever. Or, like, there'll be ways of generating extra. They'll play a bunch of, like, copy spells to copy. They'll get 1,000,000 treasure. And then they'll just fucking shock you, like, 7 times in the face. And you'll be like, oh, I'm just dead from 14. Okay. Like, there's someone trying to figure out a way somewhere in some dark hole to get Prismari out on, like, turn 3 with as many fucking treasure generators or something as humanly possible so he can just storm the fuck off and bolt you for 30. Because gut Shot was limited because it was 1 damage. You had to play a fuck ton of spells before it for Gut Shot. But, like, if you can just get, like, 5 storm procs on a shock, right? Or a play with fire or whatever is in rotation at the moment. You're just 10 to the dome. Can you kill my Prismari? If you do, I'm just bringing it back next turn. Right? Like, it's me. Oh no, you can't give red-blue players Storm. Again, I don't know if this isn't as good in Limited as Lawhold. Because Lawhold in Limited is you play a card every single turn for 2 because you miracle it and Miracle breaks timing restrict. So Lawhold is bananas. And Prismari's not that good because, like you say, 7 mana to get it down. It is a 7/7 with flying at that point, which is already terrifying as itself. But then it makes your instant and sorcery spells have Storm. But again, how many spells do you have in hand by the time you get to your 7 mana Elder Dragon? Unless you've been playing super conservative, probably not very many. There's probably only like 1 or 2 cards in hand. So unless it's like 1 card into a big draw spell that you can Storm to get 2 of, right? Like, Prismari's probably not doing anything insane in Limited. But I guarantee you, in Standard, there's some fucking methed out red-blue crackhead looking for a way to get Prismari down as quickly as possible with as many treasures so he could just fucking play with fire someone 13 times on turn 4 or something nuts. Oh, you can't give blue-red players Storm. Right, Protector's Gaze. Return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Bounce. Search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Worst bounce spell I've ever seen. Very expensive, but it is bounce with ramp. And ramp is very good for whatever these people are called. I can't remember what the fractal people are called. The math squad. Mana's very good for the math squad for their X spells. I'd probably run this if I was in their colours. Yeah, I'd run this. Professor Delian Fell. Witherbloom gets a Planeswalker? Ah, Witherbloom's got too many good things. This is unreasonable. 4 mana for a 5 loyalty Planeswalker who gets +2. He's going to be 7 loyalty on turn 4? What do you mean? There's no way you can kill that on turn 4. What? That's bananas. Okay. So you can gain 3 life. Like, the gain 3 life isn't that exciting, but you are Witherbloom, so you want to gain life. 0. Oh my god, because you play this on turn 4, you +2 him to go to 7. If your opponent doesn't kill him, you immediately emblem? Nah. This is unreasonable. No way. You can't have this in limited. No. This is unreasonable. Like, that's not fast enough for your opponent to have a way to deal with this. That's too fast for your opponent to have a way to... No. This is not okay in limit. Because, like, you play a 1 mana 1/1, a 2 mana 2/2, a 3 mana 3/3. And then even if your opponent plays this on turn 4, your turn 4, that's 6 damage. You don't even kill it. You set it to 1, which is great, but you can't even kill this if you attack with everything you have on that turn. I guess, to be fair, you can maybe play some pump spells and do it, but, like, that's unreasonable for a limited. Just play red, yeah. Or white. White has a 1 mana of exile a Planeswalker. That is unreasonable. But yeah, +2 gain 3 life, 0 draw a card and lose 1 life, which is essentially draw a card because Witherbloom is gaining 1,000,000 life. -3 destroy target creature, which is also fucking gross because if your opponent only has 1 creature, it protects itself. And then -6 get an emblem which cannot be interacted with. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life, which is just winning even harder for Witherbloom. This is stupid. If I see this command, if I saw this Planeswalker, I would be on my opponent's side of the field. I would be upset that they got the best card in the set. Right? I'd be mad. I'd be like, oh, you got the best card they printed in the set? Oh, fucking congratulations, asshole. Like, oh my god, this is... I mean, there's the black 2 mana, sacrifice your most expensive Planeswalker or creature. That deals with this. There's the white exile a creature or Planeswalker. Red has 3 damage for 1 mana to a creature or Planeswalker. Like, there is ways to deal with it. I am kind of maybe blowing it out of proportion. But, like, bro, that's so good. Oh my god. Because, yeah, like, if you play this on turn 4, it comes down with 5 loyalty. You +2 it goes to 7. If your opponent can't hit it, you just -6. You get an emblem. Whenever you gain life, they lose that much life. And it's still around. It doesn't die. It's still there because it was on 7. Nah, this needs to have like 6 loyalty. Sorry, it needs to have like 4 loyalty. 4 mana, destroy something, you have to... Yeah, this needs like 3 or 4 loyalty. If this had 3 or 4 loyalty, I think I'd be okay with it. Right? If this was like... You play it for 4 mana, you can destroy a creature, but it either kills him or sets him to 1 loyalty, I think I'd be more okay with it. But this guy is like a 5 mana Planeswalker for 4 that has a +2, so he goes to 7. There's no way you're removing that. Even if you -3 and destroy a creature, right? Like, the only way this is bad is if you have 3 creatures. Like, if you have 3 creatures, your opponent has none, he plays this, and then has to destroy your biggest creature, right? And you still have 2 attackers. And you can kill it. But, like, nobody's playing into that board. And like I said, if you've played a 1-1, a 2-2, and a 3-3, they play this, they just gain 2 life, gain 3 life, because he's at 7. Even if you swing with all of these, he technically doesn't die, so you still have to burn removal on it. Right? Like, nah. This is too good. Jesus. Okay. What is this? Petrifact. It's a pterodactyl. Pterafractal. I was reading the P, but I don't need to. I know how to say pterodactyl. I'm not stupid. Okay, I'm a little bit stupid. Pterafractal is a X2 flyer that gets X +1/+1 counters on it, and when it enters, you gain 2. So it is a 3 mana 2/1 flyer that gains you 2. At worst. Sure, I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate that. That's fine. Pursue the Past. 2 mana for a sorcery. Gain 2. Discard a card. If you do, draw 2. Good card. Yeah. This is what Lorehold wants to be doing, right? And you can flashback it. Yep. Quandrix. That's the blue-green people. The Quandrix Charm. 2 mana. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. I would probably actually destroy target enchantment. There's more enchantment removal. Target creature has base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. This one I'm less up on because, I mean, its best mode is probably the first one, right? Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2 and it costs 2. That's its best mode. Destroy target enchantment. Sure. Target creature has base power and toughness 5/5. That's either you're killing someone or you're fucking up their creature that they attacked you with because they thought your stuff was small. And like, I don't think it's as good as the last as the Prismari one, but it's fine. I think you just use this as like a counter spell with variations, right? It's just a good counter if your opponent taps out. Versatile counter spell, enjoy the options. Yeah. I think it just because it's a versatile counterspell, you like it. Because we've seen 2 or 3 counterspells. One of them was Essence Scatter, which is just creatures. One of them was 4 mana, but 2 if it's not a creature. And the other one was 3 mana, and if you have a wizard, you get mana back. This is the only, like, cheap, easy way to just be like, nah, I'm not feeling that. And it's versatile, like you say, so yeah. Quandrix, the Proof. Here he is, a 6 mana 6/6 flying trampler with Cascade. And instant and sorcery spells you cast from hand have Cascade. No, we can't be giving Simic players Cascade. So if red white is a Miracle. Blue red is Storm. Blue green is Cascade. What is black green and white black? Is white black like extort or something horrific? All instant and sorcery spells have extort for 1 or something. Fuck off, that would be disgusting. What would black green get as like an extra thing for all of their instants and sorcery spells? I don't know, we'll have to look. Cascade, huh? Well, if you're playing fucking Quandrix, sure. Everything has Cascade. I mean, he has Cascade himself. So he's a 6/6 flying trampler that plays the next non-land card that costs 6 or less from your deck without paying its mana cost, and then all of your instant and sorcery spells have Cascade, and a lot of them are like X spells. The thing is, you don't want to hit X spells with Cascade because then you don't pay for them. But you can always put it into your hand. I don't remember what happens with if you do choose not to play the card. Either way, gross. Rapturous Moment is this is insane. Yeah. I mean, Cascade is terrifying. Staple to a 6/6 flying trampler and giving it to all of your instants and sorceries is certainly a horrifying choice. 6 mana, draw 3 cards, discard 2, add 5. But then the 5 mana lets you do storm stuff. I mean, maybe. And so, remember the little goblin guy? The little goblin guy, whenever you play a 5 cost or more, you get mana equal to his power. And his power goes to 6. So, if he's on the field, you play this. It's pay 6, get 8 mana back, draw 3 cards, discard 2. Uh-oh. Maybe Prismari is doing things this set. Yeah, I mean, it's 6 mana. 6 mana is very expensive, but, like, maybe you can get it for... There's stuff that makes instants and sorceries cheaper. A lot of the Prismari stuff wants to be playing big instants and sorceries, right? So maybe you're just playing this for that anyway. It is only, like, draw a extra card, but it does generate so much extra mana. I don't know. This seems okay. Render Speechless. 4 mana, target opponent reveals their hand, choose an online card from it, and they discard it. Put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature. Sure, this is a discard card, like a way of interrupting what's in your opponent's hand, and you get all the triggers from targeting a creature, so... This isn't. I'm usually not high on these creatures, but this actually does something to the board, and it triggers all of your Silver Quill target a creature with a spell stuff, so sure. Resonating Lute. 4 mana for an artifact. Lands you control have tap. Add 2 mana of any one color only to cast instants or sorcery spells. Draw a card. Activate only if you have 7 or more cards in hand. Well, this gets you there. Holy shit, this gets you there. Right? You play this on turn 4. Next turn you play a land and have 10 mana for instants and sorcery spells. This fucking gets you there. Jesus. I mean, it probably just gets blasted. Well, there's not that much artifact. Oh, no, there was certainly some artifact removal. I don't know if this is good or terrible. I feel like if you play this on turn 4 as your entire turn 4, you probably just get beaten to death. But then your turn 5 can be 2 5-cost spells, which could blow up the entire... Like, you could recover. If you have the instants or sorcery spells, you can certainly recover. So, I want to say this is bad, but I don't think it is. I think it's just... Like, playing it on turn 4 feels bad, but then there is a chance you recover because of it. So I don't know. Root Manipulation. 5 mana. Until end of turn, creatures you control get +2/+2, gain menace, and whenever it attacks, you gain a life. Yep, love it. You'd only run one of these. This is your overrun for the set, for Witherbloom. But there's also the green elf that has whenever you gain life, all your creatures get +1/+0 and gain trample. Which means this is all creatures get +2/+2, menace,
and +1 +0. So +3 +2 and menace and trample if you have that creature on the field, which is crazy good. So I think you'd run one of these. Sanar Unfinished Genius, a 2-mana 0/4. Okay, and he enters prepared. And his spell is search your library for an instant or sorcery, reveal it, and put it into your hand for 5. And then you can tap him to create a treasure token. Not really in limited. Good treasure generator, I guess, but not really doing anything for me in limited, at least. 0/4 for 2 that doesn't do any, like, sits there and can't attack and maybe makes you a treasure or 2 before turn 5, and then you can go get an instant or sorcery, which you can't even play because you spent 5 mana. Nah, I'm alright, thanks. Golding Administrator. 2 mana 2/2 with menace. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on a different creature. Good card, love it. Comes down early, is annoying to block, gets some damage in, grows every time you cast one of your spells, pretty much, because you're always going to be going for stuff that targets your own things, or stuff that removes your enemy things. Absolutely what we want to do. Silver Quill Charm. 2 mana, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Exile target creature with power 2 or less. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Best one so far. By like a wide amount. Best one so far. This does not have a bad... Like, the worst setting of this is your opponent loses 3 and you gain 3. That's the worst one. This is by far the best. By far the best charm. Massive and way and above everything else. This is the best charm. So far. Absolutely. Silver Quill the Disputant. A 4 mana 4/4 flying vigilance. Each instant and sorcery spell you cast has casualty 1. What's casualty? As you cast that spell, you may sacrifice a creature with power 1 or greater. When you do, copy the spell, choose new targets for the copy. Holy, that's gross. Yeah. Okay. All of the Elder Dragons are fucking disgusting. Yep, sure. I don't know if I've ever played with Casualty before, if it is a returning mechanic. It must be because it's not in the rest of the set. But yeah, that's fucking gross. Sure. Absolutely disgusting. As expected. Also, this comes down on turn 4 as a 4/4 flying vigilance. Your opponent has to remove it immediately, or you're just going to clear their board, buff yours to insane levels. Even if you have to sacrifice a bunch of stuff, you're just going to go crazy. Yeah, this is insane. Snooping Page. A 3 mana 2/3 whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature. This can't be blocked this turn. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, lose a life. Yep. Good carrier for buff spells. It also plays well with like your flicker stuff. Not flickering this, but flickering something else. Yep. Very good. Silver Quill's very scary as well. Social Snub. 3 mana for the sorcery. When you cast this spell while you control a creature, you may copy this spell. When you cast a spell while you control a creature, you can copy it. Sure. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1. Okay, so this is either your opponent sacks 1, loses 1, and you gain 1, or if you have a creature, you both sack 2, and they lose 2 and you gain 2. Sure. You're not targeting a creature, so it doesn't trigger all your other things.
I mean, it's removal. You probably still take it, but, like, not as good as some of the other removals, I think. Spectacular Sky Whale is a 3-mana 1/4 flyer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it becomes a 4/4 flyer until end of turn. Scary. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast it, put 3+1/+1 count. Ooh. Okay, so it's a bit expensive as a 4-mana 1/4, but it is a flyer, and it can get out of hand very quickly if you have the mana to make those big spells happen. Because, like, one spell, this is a 4/7, right? Second spell, this is a 7/10, right? Like, okay. Like, as long as you have big spells, this is a good card. Spirit Mascot, a 2-mana 2/2. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It grows by itself. We like it. Splatter Techno. I think this is actually really good. This is cheap. It grows by itself. It's doing it. All it wants to do is for Lorehold to do exactly what. Like, this is a good card. Splatter Technique. 5 mana for a sorcery. Choose one. Draw 4 cards or deal 4 damage to each creature in Planeswalk. Wow. Okay, yep. This is another really good card. This is red-blue board wipe for 5. Or draw 4 cards for 5. This is the thing, like, if you're playing a, like, grindy game and there's not many creatures on the board, or you're not scared of the creatures on the board, this doesn't sit in your hand as nothing, right? You just draw 4 cards out of it. Yeah, this is a good card. There's so many good gold cards. This set looks cracked. Stadium Tidal Mage. 4 mana for a 4/4. When this creature enters or attacks, you may draw a card if you guard a card. I mean, it's a 4 mana 4/4. It's good on stats. Loot isn't bad. I don't hate this card. Like, it's not the most exciting card in the set, but it's just a good card, I think. Startled Relic Sloth. 4 mana 4/4. Again, yeah. Trample Lifelink. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile 1 target card from a graveyard. Triggers all of your Lorehold stuff. And it's a 4 mana 4/4 with Trample and Lifelink. Good card. Like it. Yep. Stirring Onomancer? Okay. Stirring Onomancer. Yeah. I did say that right. I wasn't sure for a second. 5 mana 4/5. When it enters, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of creatures you control. One of those cards into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Wouldn't Lorehold like this more? I mean, it's a 5 mana 4/5, but this is going to be like, look at the top 5 or 6 cards of your library, get 1, the rest go into your graveyard. I guess that's fine, right? Unless you mill something crazy, but then you could have just put it into your hand. Yeah, this is probably good. I don't like the idea of milling quite that many cards. Stress Dream. 5 mana, deal 5 damage to 1 target creature. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of those into your hand and the others on the bottom of your library. 5 mana for 5 damage is very expensive. Even if, I guess it's kind of got almost semi-expressive, right? Expressive was top 3, put 1 into your hand, exile, put 1 on the bottom of your library or whatever. This is deal 5, put 1 into your hand, put 1 on the bottom. Like, not as good, but no, I don't like it. I think 5 mana for 5 damage is kind of a lot. But it does trigger all your 5 or more stuff, so maybe it's good. We can copy it. Meh. Suspend Aggression. 3 mana, exile target non-land permanent and the top card of your library.
Each of those cards, its owners may play it until the end of their next turn. Okay, so this is just instant speed. No, I don't want to deal with that, and I get an extra card. This is good. They can replay it, but that slows them down for a turn if it's going to be a problem. Tam, Observant Sequencer. Oh, this does have landfall. 4 mana for a 4/3 landfall. Whenever a land enters, it becomes prepared, and its spell is draw a card, gain a life. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd be okay with that being my recurring spell every turn. Yep. Like, play this. If it doesn't die, next turn, play a land, tap 2, draw a card, gain a life. 3 mana up. Do whatever, turn after. Play a land, tap 2, draw a card, gain a life. Unless you're getting absolutely beaten to death and you need the mana, this is great. Teacher's Pest is a 2 mana 1/1 with Menace. Whenever it attacks, gain a life, and return a card from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Yep, love it. This is fantastic. Because this can block, and you have that thing that makes them lose life whenever a creature with 1 or power or toughness dies. This is great. Absolutely great. Traumatic Critique. Red, blue, and X deals X damage to any target. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Yeah. You're essentially playing 2 mana to draw 2, discard a card. Sure. That's one of the better removal pieces, actually, in red-blue. Violent Outburst. 2 mana. Was that sorcery, right? No, that was instant. Yeah, that's good. 2 mana, deal 3 damage to any target, tap 1 target creature. This is also really good removal for Prismari. Okay, they've got some good instant speed stuff, actually. Vicious Rivalry. 4 mana, as an additional cost to cast this spell, pay X life. Destroy all artifacts and creatures with mana value X or less. There's another board wipe. And a really good one, because you're paying life. This is like another commander card, right? This is a bananas commander card. This is... I mean, it costs 1 more, but it also hits artifacts. So this is... Toxic Deluge. I don't know if it's slightly better or slightly worse Toxic Deluge, but it's Toxic Deluge. But with artifacts as well, and it's mana value instead of -X, -X. Sure. That's a good card. Again, if you're in my 30-30, yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you're in control of the board wipe in Limited, you're always favored. So I would take this in Limited. And yeah, I think this is just a really good card as well. This might replace Toxic Deluge. It probably doesn't replace it. It probably goes with Toxic Deluge into every green-black deck, right, in Commander, but sure. Visionary's Dance. A 5 mana sorcery. Create 2 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying. You can discard it, look, the top 2 cards, put one of them in your hand and the other into your graveyard. Tell me this isn't the super expensive Prismari spell. This is ass. 7 mana for 2 3/3s. They do have flying. Maybe not ass. Just not as appealing as, like, Magma Opus, which was just bonkers. I suppose this with Cascade is terrifying as well, if you have Prismari himself out. And if you copy this, it just gets better. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is good. It's a lot of mana for, like, 2 dudes. Wilt in the Heat. 4 mana, the spell costs 2 less to cast if 1 or more cards left your graveyard. Deals 5 damage to target creature. If it would die this turn, exile it instead. Okay. Yeah, this is fantastic removal. Again, 4 mana for 5 damage is a bit much. But if you're doing the Lawhold thing, this is 2 mana for 5 damage and it exile. Which is crazy good. Witherbloom Charm. 2 mana. You may sacrifice a permanent if you do draw 2 cards. Great. You gain 5 life. Great. Destroy target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Great. All 3. So this, Witherbloom and Silverquill, the best charms by a mile. Then I would say it's probably Prismari.
and Quandrix, and then the Lorehold one is probably the worst, I think. But this is, you're happy with the top one. If your opponent targets something, no thanks, I'll have 2 cards. Gaining you life in Witherbloom, that's the worst option there, and it is going to trigger all of your life gain effects. And destroy target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less is probably the best one there. Probably the one you use most often. That is really good. Witherbloom himself, holy shit. 8 mana, but he's got affinity for creatures. He's a 5/5 flying Death Toucher. Instant and sorcery spells you cast have affinity for creatures. Holy Jesus. Yeah. I want to play a Witherbloom the Balancer commander deck. I want to make a Witherbloom commander deck that's just all of the green and black stuff that makes tokens. Everything. And then the entire idea is Witherbloom comes down for like 2 mana on like turn 4. And then you just, every spell costs 1 less. Like, I don't know how many good token makers there are. There's got to be a bunch, right? Like, any spell that makes 2 tokens for, like, 3 or less mana is just crazy in a deck like that. I think this is my favorite card. I think this is my favorite card in the entire set. Probably not even the best dragon in the set, but it's my favorite card in the set. I want to make this a commander deck. Yeah, I want to make a commander deck out of this. I very rarely see a card and go, I want to do. We're gonna make a standard deck out of this, maybe. Can we make a standard deck out of this? Probably not. It's too expensive, right? And it doesn't do anything, and it just gets blown up or countered. I don't care. I want to do it anyway. I want to play all of the token makers, all of the cheap things and token makers, and then just this guy, and then giant X spells that just screw people over. I want to do it. I don't know if there's any good green and black X spells that make tokens, though. God, I like that card. Sorry, I'm just lost in my own mind of, like, I want to do stuff with this card. Green has a lot of changeling if commander. Well, the thing is, so the way I think you'd want it to work, right, is you have like cheap mana generators like Llanowar Elf, because the creature pays for this affinity and also you can tap it, which pays for another mana, right? Like Llanowar Elf, stuff like that, all these cheap things, and then a bunch of like cheap cards like stuff that makes, you know, 2/1/1 pests or 3/1/1 pests or changing tokens. Okay, yeah. But just stuff that makes like multiple things. The problem is the only big card I know is green-white. Zombies, exactly. Because like there's again, this is from Dragon Maze and this is years ago. Selesnya had a green and white X spell that was 1 green, 1 white, and X. It was instant speed. You could pay for it by tapping creatures, and it made X 1/1 human creature tokens with lifelink or whatever, right? Can't remember what the spell was called, but it was like, you know, you have like a bunch of creatures, and at the end of your opponent's turns, you tap all your creatures, tap all your mana. X is 15, I make 15 1/1s or something stupid, right? And I always liked that as a spell and an idea. Witherbloom just makes that go crazy, right? Same idea, but with affinity, right? So you play Witherbloom for cheap, and then if all of your creatures make mana, you tap them all, they reduce the spell's cost already by simply existing, and you play some giant mono, like, black one, like, 1 and X, and make, like, 30 zombies. And then the following turn, you just pay whatever it takes, and then, like, Torment of Hailfire, but Torment of Hailfire automatically casts for, like, 30 because of all the zombies, and then whatever else you pumped into it, and whatever creatures are left after the other turn. Like, you could Torment of Hailfire a board for, like, 55 or something on, like, after 2 turns after Witherbloom with, like, no mana or something. That's, again, Magical Christmas Land. That doesn't happen. But, like, there has to be some X spells in black or green, but that just make, like, a million dudes. And that's all I want for this commander. Now to open this card? Yeah. Honestly, I'd probably... if I was going to make it, I don't know how much... How much is Witherbloom on Star City currently going for? Let me check. Star City is a singles place. I'd probably just buy it in singles, but... Witherbloom... The Balancer. How much is he currently going for? Probably a decent chunk, right? $30. So, I'd probably just buy him for $30 and then build a commander deck around him. But again, I'm not very good at building commander decks. I usually just build, like... I do play commander. I play it with my family occasionally. My husband, his mom, and his dad. We all play it together, but we tend to just play, like, precons. I have made a deck I made one deck for his dad, who's a big Spider-Man fan. So I tried to make him a Spider-Man deck from the Amazing Spider-Man. So the Peter Parker to Amazing Spider-Man, on the Amazing Spider-Man's cards side, it says, like, all legendary spells cost 3 mana if you bounce a creature back to your hand, a tapped creature. So the whole deck is, like, 95% precons, so have fun. Yeah. Try my first hand at custom now. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really play enough commander. And I don't really care about the meta or making a powerful deck. I want to make something synergistic and goofy. So, like, for the Spider-Man deck, again, Kevin, you probably won't know, but there's some really old cards called the Margin. They're like Margin of Life's Web, Margin of Cleansing Fire, Margin of something. They're, like, really old cards, and they're, like, 10 mana for these cards that come in with indestructible counters, and you can take the indestructible counter off, and it does something bananas. Like, the white one is a board wipe, the green one puts all creature cards from your hand into play, the blue one draws cards for however many permanents you have on the field, right? And I've got them in this Spider-Man deck, because if he bounces like a cheap creature, he can play it for 3 instead of the 10, and then keep the indestructibility counter on it. Also, hello sorry, what was the name? Subatomic? My bad. Sorry, give me a second. I'll extend the thing. Subatomic Surfer, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, they come in for 3 mana if he bounces any cheap creature. And then he can attack with them because they've got an indestructibility counter. And then he can remove the indestructibility counter to do their huge, giant, whatever the bomb-ass move is. Whatever they want to do. And then you can just pay 3 mana, bounce it back to your hand, play something else. Because you've still got the Amazing Spider-Man on the field. And it's a tapped creature now. Right? So, like, the deck is not good. The deck is not good. But there is occasionally the time where on turn 3 or 4, he plays the Margin of Life's Web or whatever, and then removes the indestructibility counter, plays his entire hand of, like, 10 cost bomb creatures, and we all go, Anyone got a board wipe? No board wipe? Concede. Right, it's hilarious. And that's the first deck I've ever really made for Commander, and it makes me very happy that it does occasionally do that. Might be quiet because I'm working on a project to do with card games. I thought I'd come because someone who only plays. I love hearing talk about card games. We're doing Magic, so we're not doing Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon, but I always love talking to people, and card games I love. So, well, Magic I love. Other card games are just not Magic, which is unfortunate for them. But yeah, I would very much like to try and make a Witherbloom deck. Maybe I'll wait and see if he becomes cheaper after the set comes out. But I'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I love this card. This card makes me happy in all of the good places. Zaffy and the Tempests. I do know about Magic. I've definitely seen Magic cards quite often, and my close friend was talking about one of his decks earlier. Ah, good. What was your friend playing? Do you have any idea? Anyway, Zaffy and the Tempests. A 7-mana 5/7. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. Something to do with Saheeli Radiant Creator. Geez, I don't know. There's been so many versions of Saheeli. I don't know which one that is, but it probably has something to do with artifacts. And it's red-blue in some way, because that's what Saheeli is. This card is terrifying, right? If your opponent is playing Prasmari, so red-blue, and your opponent plays this, you have to remove... Again, it's 7 mana, so this isn't coming down until later, but this is a free instant or sorcery spell. This is terrifying in Prismari. Still. Right, like... I don't know. No, yeah, it's terrifying, because imagine you play this, and then you play the one that... Yeah, this is terrifying. Yep. No, terrifying. You have to kill this on sight. That is our last... So, okay, that's our last multicolored. I'm not going to go back through all the multicolored cards. I'm just going to say... At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 3 something. I assume there's energy counters. Create a token that's a copy of target permanent you control, except it's a 5/5 artifact creature in addition to its other types, gains haste, and you sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end. Yes. Is there an energy counter, Saheeli? Probably. I don't really play with energy stuff. Again, this is... So, what set's Saheeli from? She's from the... God, it was a bunch of artifacts and shit. My brain has died. But Aetherflux Conduit, Aethertide Whale, and Duplicate. Okay. Duplicant. Aetherflux Conduit is a very obvious artifact thing. Aethertide Whale is an energy counter spender? I'm not sure off the top of my head. But yeah, we'll go. Basically, what he said the plan was. I was gonna say, let me look up Aethertide Whale while you're typing. Plays the whale and gets 6 energy. Yeah, there's an energy. It's an energy generator. Oh, well, you can... Every time you use Sealy to make a copy of it for 3, gets another 6. Yeah, it generates and spends. So, does both. It is also a 6/4 flyer. So, you know, it's not necessarily that bad. And it's flying with haste, 6 attack. Yeah. I mean, again, it very much depends. I don't make commander decks very much. I was just talking about Witherbloom because I want to make a commander deck. This is my favorite card in the set. I probably could have guessed that before seeing him, but this is my favorite card in the set. So all of the gold cards here are this is another set where your gold cards dictate what cards you are playing. So whatever you get the most or the best gold cards in, you are playing that school. You can splash for other schools, but if you get like 3 Witherbloom gold cards, you'll probably play 3 or 4 Witherbloom, like good Witherbloom gold cards, and nothing else, no other gold cards, you're just going to be playing Witherbloom. Right? Or if you get like, so whatever you have the better like gold cards in, that's what you're playing. Which I like. I like the gold cards being where a lot of the power comes from. But yeah, there are some cracked. Obviously, all the Elder Dragons are cracked. Obviously. I think Witherbloom's my favorite. I think Silverquill's probably the best school. Witherbloom is also very up there, but I think that might be me being biased because I like what Witherbloom's doing. But I think Witherbloom is slower than Silverquill, so I think Silverquill just kind of kills people. But I think Silverquill's probably the best. Witherbloom. I like what Quandrix is doing, but I think Quandrix is very slow and does have cards that just don't really do anything. So maybe next is Lorehold, and then Quandrix, and then Prismari, because I don't really care about Prismari. The red-blue I'm not really giving a shit about, and also it relies a lot on you having very specific instants or sorceries, which you might not have. Quandrix is doing my thing, is making big guys and putting +1/+1 counters on them, but it does seem to be the slower of the ones doing stuff like that. Lorehold is very fast and aggressive and doing a lot of, and it has a lot of good, like a lot of ways to trigger itself, but they don't have as powerful. Well, maybe. I think the problem with Quandrix is some of its interactions are counterintuitive, right? Because it has ways to exile cards from its graveyard permanently, but then ways to replay cards from its graveyard, which is what it really wants to do. But the ways, like, it does, so it wants to be getting rid of a card every turn, but it doesn't necessarily want to exile them. It wants to replay them. But if it doesn't have the option, it's going to have to exile them, which means when they do have the option to replay them later, they're going to feel bad about the ones they exiled. It kind of fights with itself a little bit. So I'll have to see how it plays. I don't think it's bad, but there's a little bit of like, Witherbloom, if you're playing the life gain stuff, I feel like is so good, but it is slower because you have to be like, it's going to take some time to make your pests. And then you're going to have to be attacking with the pests, which means they're not going to be around very long. And like, there isn't a way to consistently make the pests. Wait, I think Dina does. Dina consistently make the pests? Not Dina, the other one. Where's her name? Yeah, this one can, but you have to exile creature cards from your graveyard. And she only makes 1. So, like, there is one way to make consistent pests, but it's slow, and it costs you a card from your graveyard every turn, which means you will eventually run out. But I like Witherbloom the most. And then probably Silverquill just has so much good stuff, they'd probably just win. But it doesn't, I'm not as excited about Silverquill, but I think Silverquill just has the most good things. So, sure. Moving on to artifacts. So we'll just quickly run through artifacts, lands, and then we're done. So let's quickly burn through this. Biblioplex Tonekeeper, a 4-mana 3/4 when it enters. Choose one. Target creature becomes prepared, or target creature becomes unprepared. Cool. Very good with certain prepared things. Probably not being used unless you have a card that you desperately want to re-prepare and you can't do it any other way. Diary of Dreams, 2 mana for an artifact. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a page counter. Tap 5, tap it, draw a card, cost 1 less to activate for each page counter. Sure, this is probably good if you're playing a lot of instant sorceries. Prismari probably likes this. Lawhold, because they can also sacrifice it if they want to with the guy that copies stuff. That's also in Prismari as well, to be fair. I'm not particularly sold on this, but it's probably good. Mage Tower Referee, 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever you cast a multi card as a spell, put a +1/+1 counter on itself. Actually, not bad. If you've got a lot of gold cards, this is great. The question is how many gold cards you do. You have. And again, it's just one of those growers, and I'm biased towards things that just grow themselves because it feels good to play them. So maybe not as good as I think, but if you've got a bunch of gold cards, not a bad card. Comes down turn 2 and then just grows constantly as long as you're playing gold cards or multicolored cards. Sure. Page Loose Leaf. A 2 mana 0/2 that can tap to add colorless. Discard another card named Page Loose Leaf. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an instant sorcery card. Put it into your hand. The rest from the bottom of your library in a random order. Whatever. Sure. I wouldn't run this, but maybe you do. But, like, you need the extra mana ramp, maybe. I don't know, for Prismari, for playing big spells. But then there's better stuff in Prismari for that, so... Potioner's Trove. 3 mana, add 1 of any color. Gain 2 life. Activate only if you've cast an instant sorcery spell. I wouldn't run this, but sure, maybe. StrixHaven Sky Coach. A 3 mana 3/2 flyer. When enter, search all over for basic land. Put it into your hand, shuffle. Throw 2. I mean... Crewing a flyer is nice. This isn't terrible, but I'm not a big fan of vehicles, so... Oh, we're on lands. Wow, that was a... There's like five artifacts. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry. Alright, sure. None of them seem particularly exciting either. The best one is probably the book. Diary of Dreams. And it's not that exciting either. Alright, what lands have we got? Deathcap Glade. Enters tap unless you control 2 or more lands. Sure. Same for Simic. So they have the Surveil lands. But you don't have to sack, which is nice. And they enter tapped. Great Hall of the Biblioplex. That adds colorless, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only cast instant sorcery. Sure. If 5 mana, if this land isn't a creature, it becomes a 2/4 wizard creature with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It's still a land. Okay, so it's like a fighting land. Sure, this is probably fine. Yeah. I'd run this, I guess. I don't know how excited I'd be about it, but sure. Veil lands. What's this? Petrified Hamlet. When this land enters, choose a land card name. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're banner abilities. Lands with the chosen name have tap 1, add colorless. It can add so you could turn off like the Biblioplex or turn off a land that can attack or something. Sure. Okay, don't hate it. It's a way to deal with other people's annoying lands. Yeah, that's the Silver Quill Duel. Sky Coach Waypoint. Tap or tap 3 and tap type creature becomes prepared. I would actually run this. If I had like a decent prepared creature or creature that I could do, its prepared spell's really good, but it can only prepare once, I would run this. Because you do have some turns where you're not doing anything. So, end of your opponent's turn, tap 3, prepare my creature so I can play its spell. Probably just fine.
I would run this. Another Swale land, another dual land, Terramorphic, Swale land, and the pretty... So what do these pretty dual lands look like? That's what? Silverquill, that's Prismari, Witherbloom, Lorehold, Quandrix. I do like them. Will I buy these? I like the Witherbloom one. It looks sick. And the Lorehold one. Guys look like he's rocking out with fire over him. I generally like the big lands that have like a big symbol on it like this. So maybe I'll buy these. We'll see. And then just the basic lands. All right. That's it. We're done. We're finished. Thank you very much to everyone who came in. Subatomic, thank you. Kevin, Mari, thank you for dropping in and saying hey with everyone and raiding me. Everyone else who came in, raiders, I hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed. We will be drafting Secrets of StrixHaven for at least 1 week, maybe 2 or 3, depending on how I feel. But we will 100% be drafting this set. I only have 20,000 gems because I haven't been doing my due diligence and playing my Magic. So I might have to start playing Magic every day to try and earn up some more gems so we can have 30 more gold, so we can have 30k's worth of gold. But we do have, by the time we've done some drafts, probably 60,000 gems. So maybe we just do some gem drafts for a bit, right? But yeah, thank you to everyone for coming and hanging out. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. And hopefully, I will see everybody later. Tomorrow we'll be doing Poker Rogue, because we always do. So that'll be good fun. Sunday will be my day off, because it always is. And then next week, Monday will be Mythic Monday for World of Warcraft. Tuesday will be Pokemon Too Many Types 2 again. Thursday, I'm not sure. I'll have to think up something for Thursday. Friday, drafting StrixHaven maybe. And then Saturday, Poker Rogue, probably again, because I will probably still not have finished it. Finished a run. So, yeah. Until then, thank you very much. I hope you all have a great weekend. I will either see you all tomorrow or I will see you all next week.